that's getting any kind of traction on YouTube right now. There will probably be 2 or 3 that will be like Teen Online Girls .online or Hot Girls 18 .website or Pretty Women with no clothes on .something. Click this link, we'll steal your account .com. Hot single dragons in your area right now .crocodile. Hi Crocodile, what's up? Remember chat, subscribing on Twitch right now gets you K-pop emotes. Not even particularly good K-pop emotes. All right, let's get into Longdeath. How's things, Croc? No, see, here's the thing. Like, this isn't about equal opportunities. They're always something girls. Always girls. You want .croc? But then shoes.croc could be a thing. I mean, .bike is a URL. I know someone who was the proud owner of stolen.bike. How much should you support me on Patreon to choose a duck? It's $3 to choose a duck. So supporting me on Patreon doesn't get you any duck, actually. So if you want ducks, you got to tip. Or be quick. But if you want to support me on Patreon, that is up to you. There are several different tiers available. $2 a month gets you into credits. $7 a month gets you sound commands in the chat. $25 a month gets you a custom sound command. Plus all of the previous perks. Can you guys even hear that one? Like, it's so quiet. Let's do a real quick overview, and I will talk about what I'm planning on working on today. I'm actually going to work on that tower in the top left today. That's what we're actually planning on working on. And I want to finish this layer of the wall. Not really, no. Fair enough. I keep forgetting about it, but there's bees up at the top, which we've made quite a bit of mead from. And wax crafts. Top of the wall. Walkways. Lower walkways. And the structures down below. As far as named dwarves, we've had a few deaths. Some natural causes. And one dwarf that fell very, very far. The dwarves that are alive currently are Animal, Sparkly, Brander Buddy, Jellybutt, Wave Thrash, Cheers Jamie, Suey, Dragonman, Sparkle Farts, Bastat, Jacknerick, Goats the Third, DeBerries, Focal Fury, Belug, Gate Nerd, Max, Hot Cup of Tea, Lump, Eric Shadowblade, Astro Banjos, Eripterist, Rhinestone, Squug, Hobo, Apostle the Second, Voozle, Pablo, Jackie, Spitalier, Cryo, Polking, King, Narvicious, Trumpet Dog, Mikael, Coldfire, Nax, Slipple, Arnie, Scrumpet, Aegis, Eternal Petra, and Euthris. How would a death be considered? Would your death be considered natural? How did you die? I actually can't remember, Pilot. Natural is when the season rolls over and then so-and-so is found dead. When they die due to age. That's a natural death. It's funny because, like, I was watching Salford Sal the other night, and she was testing making squads to keep dwarves sane. And I'm sitting here going, like, I've been doing that for a while. What? Are you sure you're not actually in Japan? Ghost? I think you might have somehow gone so far away that you became Japan. So Trumpet Dog is in prison right now, and tantruming relatively frequently. This dwarf is in a very bad way. Not an edgy thing, just being a nihilist. I mean, that's not edgy or nihilistic. That's just facts. Down in the basement, we still have Jellybutt, who's been running around babbling for about 30 years. I speak English, Borzoi, so I don't know what you're saying. But that's so good. We have our terracotta army and some doggies running around. Our project, still a work in progress. Although, you know, we might actually finish this today. This might actually get done today. Actually, you know what? Let's see. Does this work? I mean, I believe you. I was mostly just making a bad joke. Did I not hook that up to anything? I guess not. Let's get these hooked up. This one hooked up? Yeah. Is that hooked up? No. So you, right here. Chains, J is cage. Let's just put them all on this one lever. It's gonna take a little while. And then let's just make sure these are all set up. Nope, they are not. So you hook up to that. And you hook up to that. And we should be all good to go. Then we can watch some Ettins fight. Or at least be set up to watch some Ettins fight. I have a cockatiel cage. I have a cockatiel. Actually, what do I even have in the zoo? Because I actually have a fully functioning zoo. We have a slug, a wren, a fluffy wambler, a cockatiel, another fluffy wambler, a cardinal, another cardinal, a hedgehog, and a green tree frog. We used to have some wombats and some other stuff, but they died. We had a weasel. We had a wolverine. We had a few other things. This project is so trippy. Why's that? What makes this this project or this fort trippy to you? Is it just the maze that's trippy? Because that's fair. And then beneath the maze, we have our drain and our, in case of emergency, hide in this room. And you do have a cockatiel? Am I just like ruining or making you feel bad for the little animals in the fort? Is that what's up? And yet you do here's the real question. Do you feel bad? Do you feel bad for the Cyclops and the two Ettins that I have in cages, which are sentient creatures? yourself in a run of a roguelike, literally every single time I've ever played Caves of Cud, I've been terrified. So yes. Winter is upon us. You know, this always goes back to a friend of mine who claims that the scariest game ever made is Counter-Strike Go. I don't know if I necessarily agree with this, but he claims that the scariest game ever made is Counter-Strike Go because you'll be zoomed all the way in, and then out of nowhere, just dudes will fill up your entire screen. And he says it's the scariest thing you could ever have to go through. Animal's having a hard day. Hang in there, man. Look at those dwarves dancing. It's like the entire military squad is just dancing. Are you playing an instrument? Oh, hey, you're playing a Keurig. The Satin of Rhinim. Keurig, of course, is this is a clear glass one, which I think we purchased the glass for and then made. It's a huge stationary percussion instrument. It's a glass bar, and the musician strikes the bar, and it has a single low pitch. So it's ding, ding, ding. You know what's weird? I've never played the game Slenderman, Wolf of God, but I've played that studio's second game called Valley, which is a really interesting game, especially the opening sequence of that game. It's kind of a 3D, like a high-speed 3D platformer, sort of. But also kind of not. Apostle, oh, there you go. I was about to say, like, why are you not doing your mechanics job? Now he's doing the mechanics job. Since you've seen beer in chat? Well, since I started streaming, there has been no resubs and no bits, so there hasn't been any reason for beer, but can we get a round of beers because Zapdos wants some beer? You know, I'm going to quickly make... I want to say... it's trap components. Is it trap components? Where are mechanisms? Are they finished projects, maybe? I want to make a mechanism stockpile. Are they in furniture and siege ammo? They're there. Yeah, found them. And hey, Jack Narek, hope you're doing well. What's up with the Minotaur maze? I have 2 Ettins and a Cyclops in it. I'm putting big creatures that show up that can't get out in there. For no particular reason aside from that, it's something to do in a project. If a Minotaur shows up, you bet your butt we're putting Minotaurs in there. But no Minotaurs have shown up, so... Wow. I love that part of this soundtrack because it just sounds like a spooky movie or something. Pilot Guy, thank you much for gifting the 2nd sub this week. And hopefully the K-pop emotes you guys got weren't terrible. I mean, they're going to happen inevitably, right? It is inevitable. It's terrifying, but inevitable that we will all get K-pop emotes. Gate Nerd has slipped into depression. I'm so sorry, Gate Nerd. I need some help with all this mechanics stuff. Yeah, that is the good one. Hey, I'll bet you that combos pretty well with the dwarfs, actually. It was terrifying, but it was inevitable. You now have this weird human device. You refuse to get those emotes? I will never use them, but I'm not gonna get them. Like, what am I going to do? Like, not stream for the rest of the month? Like, how am I not gonna get them? I wish I could opt out too. Yeah. Why have you not seen yourself on the list? Because you are not in this fort. You are in the Halloween fort, which is in a different world and a different save. This fort is in year 83, and we started in year 5. This is the fortress of Longdeath. The goal of Longdeath is to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years in game. So it's all about longevity and big, weird, dumb projects. And like, we're basically the trade hub of the world instead of being a military power, which is generally what people do in Dwarf Fort. Yeah. So, no, you are not in this fortress, because every single dwarf in this fort is named, and most of them grew up in this fort. So. I don't know. I don't really like the K-pop emotes, but at the same time, I also don't like people saying that I refuse to get any emotes, because it's kind of like saying, streamer, you're going to have a shitty financial week, and that sucks. I'm honestly just sad that they didn't give us, like, spooky ghosts or something. Like, come on, it's Halloween, Twitch! Give us K-pop emotes to pay the bills, and also give us some ghosts or skulls or something, you know? Well, here's the reason why they're not Halloween emotes. Because you already have all of the Halloween emotes. You know what I'm saying? You already have all the Halloween emotes because you're subscribed to my stream. Which means if you want to give people Halloween emotes, you got to give people subscriptions to my channel. Way ahead of you there. Brander Buddy has become an adult. Where is you? Oh, there you are. You're still playing make-believe. What do you care how I speak or live, he says, or she says. She is the daughter of Eripterus and Euthyrus. She's a casual worshiper of the fuchsia. Thank you for the fan. And also, thank you very much for gifting a sub, Lobo. Cheers, man. Well, you're 12. As adulty as that is, you are 12. She dreams of raising a family. You like alumite, gold, gray, charandani, which is a gem, a water buffalo hoof, the color dark violet, scepters, and the words of the number of glistening. So you like scepters, which first, right off the bat, means I need to give you stone crafting. I'm also going to give you weaving. I'm going to give you all the hauling jobs, cleaning, lever ups, all this stuff. Just kind of the generics that every dwarf gets. You're also going to get stone detailing. And I'm going to give you... What am they doing? What are you asking? I don't know what you're saying. Big pepperoni, cheers, man. And Jack and Rick as well. Thanks, guys, for making me go away. You know, we're going to need to train another brewer. So we're going to give you brewing. Clearly he's using the power of Love Fan to defend you. The problem that I have with those emotes, Lobo, is it's not that they're just bad emotes. It's that they're so small, I can't see shit. How old is Jack Nurk III? Jack Nurk III is, well, you're a spear master. 46. $46. You got into an argument and you're angry about that. You were annoyed caught in the snowstorm. You exhilarated after a sparring session. Gate nerd. What are we going to do with you? And also, yeah, microwave. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Sorry, I was distracted by the emote that I was given. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, and thank you very much for hanging around to be gifted a sub. And thank you so much for gifting another one, Lobo. Cheers, man. All right. Those three are done. Let's pull this lever. Aside from the Ettins, there was a Cyclops. Nothing super scary. Stray Kangaroo has starved to death. I thought that we were slaughtering those. Whoops. So that door is shut. Any zombie or goblin attacks? We've had 2 goblin sieges, but goblins won't go out of their way to attack you unless... Oh, no, never mind. I have to keep this open. Unless there is 80 dwarves in the fort. So we probably will never get any straight-up goblin sieges. We have had 2 vile forces of darkness, but those were both scouting parties. So they were all child snatchers and archers, and they left almost immediately. They kind of walked onto the tile, wandered around, and then left. Before the K-pop event? Are you trying to get all of the K-pop emotes, Lobo? There's like actually a guide on how many subs you need to gift to get them all. I mean, I wouldn't feel too ripped off because they're not great emotes. If they were good emotes, I'd agree, but I don't know. I saw you say that in Jess's chat yesterday. Trumpet's throwing another tantrum. Trumpet's a problem. So yeah, no, we're intentionally trying to keep this fort from getting sieged. What will probably happen is eventually we'll start getting ambushed. Because of the low population count. From either goblins or something else of the sort. Which will be fun. I mean, it's more like buying a burger before buying a burger for free sticker day, you know? But yeah, I do tend to agree. That sucks, man. I need a few more mechanics. Like, does anybody... Eternal, we can give you mechanics as well. Glad you're not too miffed, though. It's not like Twitch told us. Like, if Twitch had told us in advance, then I would have been able to, you know, let you guys know, but they didn't. I found out right at the same time you guys did about that stuff, and it's kind of a... Man... Dark iron mechanisms. There you go. Someone else is linking buildings to triggers. That's what I need. That is what I need. Like getting official JoJo stickers or something? I would quit Twitch for a week. If Twitch did a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure collab. So I didn't get any of those emotes. That or I'd sign out while streaming. So I didn't get any of the emotes. Come on, Dwarf. Let's get those 2 levers hooked up. This Dwarf's got to go real far to get all this stuff hooked up. Wonder if he's going to get thirsty by the time he gets to the actual creatures. So there's going to be 3 fighting in here. 3. Kind of looking forward to watching these, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of anime that I would be super down to have like a set of emotes for, but I don't know. I'm just sad that Twitch isn't giving us like Halloween themed emotes. Did I build this maze? I built it. Yeah, I built it. The game doesn't generate stuff like this. I drew this all out by hand with the keyboard controls. Didn't actually take that long. A couple days. Nowhere near as bad as the giant pit in the ground. That took way longer. Making these iron mechanisms and doing fun stuff with them. I've got other projects I need to do too, but, you know. No Zoom, I don't want to attend your webinar. Thanks. I need to get off of that email list. Because it's a long one. And they send me a lot of stuff. Holy shit, Padinsky. Man. It's rare that you see those big investments go so hot, but Jesus, man. And cutest ghost, thank you. Cheers. For keeping that subscription going. Stark raving mad? Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Trumpet Dogs kinda lost it. You got paid? Well, thank you. Cheers. That deserves a round of beers in and of itself. And it's time for me to top off my coffee. Yeah, you said that you were going to make more coffee. Man, it must be a rough day if you were going to make more coffee and then forgot you were going to make more coffee. Let's pull that lever. And then this one in the middle here is the one that's going to release everything. So who wants to watch some Ettins and Cyclopses fight? Or maybe we should wait for a pilot guy to get back. The pilot can go put on a new pot of coffee. Yeah, we'll wait for pilot to get back. So I'm just making sure I have enough tombs. There we go. I do have enough tombs. Volume up, read to you. Okay. All right, chat, we ready? Let's release some Ettins. So both halves of the maze are closed. The half over here and the half over here. I'm going to close this side and this side. The Showdown of Longdeath, or the first one anyway. And now we are going to release them all and go over our contestants. Okay, so first contestant, who appears to be panicking, is Atira Seleti Aldride, the Ettin. A giant humanoid monster with, or not Ettin, a Cyclops. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. Her quite sparse hair is extremely long, and she has a very clear voice. Her light brown eye is very round, and she has a broad chin. Her eyebrow is extremely low, and her somewhat long nose is broad. Her hair is somewhat splayed out, and her small lobed ears are extraordinarily broad. Her somewhat short head is somewhat broad, and her hair is burnt umber, and her skin is burnt umber. I'm actually going to take screenshots of these. For reasons. So yeah, that's our first contestant, who has stopped panicking and is now moving about. I think that this contestant is going to, do pretty well. So that's our first contestant, the Cyclops. Our second contestant, who is very scared currently, is Bem. Bem the Ettin is a giant humanoid monster with two heads. Started in the center of the maze. He is tall and has a thin frame, but manages to be very fat. Okay. He has a scratchy voice and a narrow nose. His left head is extraordinarily broad and somewhat narrow. His chocolate eyes are close set. His hair is brown, and his skin is pale pink. Once again, in order to use those sound commands, you have to be subscribed at Tier 2 on Twitch, or supporting at $7 a month on Patreon. So that is Bem the Ettin. Our third and final contestant. Well, First off, let's just sit here for a second. Anybody who knows this stream real well might have an idea of what I'm planning here, you know? Our third Etten, well, our third contestant is Ismar Doslakis Uthresasteth. Another Etten. A giant humanoid monster. He is lanky, and he has a very high-pitched voice. He has a round chin, and he is extremely tall. His left head is extraordinarily broad. His quite low eyebrows are extremely sparse. His left nose and his left head is slightly hooked, and his nose bridge is somewhat concave. His somewhat tall ears are slightly flattened, and his slightly thin irised dark green eyes are slightly protruding. His hair is dark tan, and his skin is pink. Now I'm just going to do one other thing, and then we'll figure out how we're going to get started. I'm going to take a kind of a screenshot of the whole thing with all three of them in it. Totally not planning on making this into a video at all. Definitely not planning on making a lore video out of this. All right, so how do we want to do this, chat? Do we want to release them all at the same time? Do we do it one and one? What do we think? Because I could release all three of them at the same time. Dad bod, basically? I guess, yeah, like thin legs, thin arms, beer gut. So release them all at the same time? Okay. So I'm going to pull this lever. Will they heal? No. Well, their scars will go away, but their injuries will go away, but they won't fully heal. Here comes the Etten. Uh-oh. Cyclops is coming straight towards it. I think we're going to have Cyclops versus Etten first. Yeah, Cyclops is on the hunt. Here they go. Okay, we're going to slow this down. I'm going to go one turn at a time. Oh, Cyclops is turning around. Cyclops is like, no. Oh, there they go. Combat begins. They're just beating the crap out of each other. They don't seem to be doing much. They're just kind of bruising each other so far. Cyclops releases the grip. None of them have weapons. They're all completely unarmed. I was very disappointed about that, actually. Tendon has been torn. The Etten punches the Cyclops in the upper body with his right hand, bruising the fat. All right, so far so good. And then let's check in. Is the other one out yet? Nope. These two are having a tussle. There's blood on the ground now. Whose blood is it? The Cyclops screams, "Can it all end so quickly? Begone fear." And I screenshot that. I need to figure out a way to mute that sound. That sound is a problem. There we go. Let's turn off that sound. Can it all end so quickly? Begone fear. They tangle together and tumble forward. There is blood on the ground now. Blood's splattering onto the wall. Cyclops is down on his back. Etten is standing over him. I assume just beating the ever-living crap out of him. The Etten then turns around and begins running. The Etten is screaming, help, save... Bem is screaming, help, save me. The Cyclops misses. The Etten scratches the Cyclops in the upper leg, tearing the muscle, and the force pulls the right hip. The Etten stands up and punches the Cyclops in the upper body with his left hand, bruising the fat, and the Cyclops punches the Etten in their first finger. Oh no! The force pulls the left hand, tearing apart the skin. The Cyclops attacks the Etten, but he jumps away. And the Etten begins to run and panics and is bleeding greatly. Although still bleeding. Bleeding and running. Coward Etten. They got a pretty hefty injury. Cyclops is still there. Man, Etten, you are bleeding a lot. Just painting the ground red. You only hit him once, and it just broke the skin. All right, let's speed this up. The other Etten is entering the building. Cyclops is still alive. Looks like they're coming back for another round. No! The Etten runs past. Changes his mind. Check Etten injuries. Can do. His right finger... His left hand is... Okay, so his finger is mangled beyond recognition. His hand is torn open. His hand is bruised. His left kidney is bruised. His lower body is bruised. Yeah, literally. Like, punched him once in the finger. You got punched in the frickin' finger. And he got this real bad injury in his finger. And it's enough to make him just, like, turn hightail and book it out of the room. That is actually kind of hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Runs away crying. Ah! Yeah, pretty much, right? All right. And meanwhile, Cyclops, third finger, right hand, is smashed open. And her upper leg is cut open. So the Cyclops is on the ground, and her upper leg is cut open, which is why... Yeah, wait, what's making you feel disgusting? This fight? Why does it make you feel disgusting? This is kind of awesome, I'm not gonna lie. All right, so Etten is panicking again and turning around. This Etten is a goddamn coward, let me tell you. Bem the Cowardly, we shall call you. After this fight is over, we need to make, where's the other Etten at? Okay, the other Etten is down below. We need to make some artwork or something dedicated to these three for the first ever Longdeath trial by combat. Is turning around and hightailing it again. And here comes Ismar. So Bem is down here having a panic attack. The other Etten is now showing up. So a new challenger arrives. And let's see how this goes. Comes flying up. Jumps over him. And, is trying to get a hit in from behind. Literally just started it by vaulting over him. Cyclops attacks the Etten, but he jumps away. They're fighting. Ooh! That was pretty brutal. What just happened there? Ismar, the Etten's right upper arm is bruised, and his leg is bruised, and his foot is bruised. But it looks like, Cyclops is having a panic attack. Something came flying, and the Etten runs, and is bleeding like crazy. Holy shit, this Cyclops is just destroying them. The Etten scratches the Cyclops in the tongue, and the left cheek is torn apart. The force bends the head, bruising the skin. The Cyclops attacks the Etten, but he jumps away. The Etten grabs the Cyclops by the third toe in the right foot and his right hand. The Etten releases the grip of the Etten's right hand on the Cyclops' body. On the Cyclops' third toe, and then the Etten grabs the Cyclops by the lower body, missing the Etten. The Etten punches the Cyclops in the neck with his right hand, bruising the muscle. Cyclops bites the Etten in the fourth toe, in the right foot, and the Etten scratches the Cyclops in the upper arm, tearing an artery, which has been opened. And a tendon has been torn. The Force bends the right shoulder, and then the Etten screams, "Help, save me, my toe is bit!" Oh, that's great. And he just fucking leaves. Which is probably what that bit on the ground is there, yeah? There's vomit and his fourth toe. Wonderful. Wonderful. He bit off his fucking toe. The Cyclops is still vomiting. The other Etten has shown up. This Cyclops, though, is getting, like, two-teamed by... Ooh! Comes back for more! And the fight continues. Ismar, the Etten says, "I have improved my wrestling, and that was satisfying." Shortly after, the Etten bends the Cyclops' left lower leg. It's literally like hyperextending his knee. Right, Sasspot? Literally hyperextending his knee. And is saying, "I improved my wrestling." The Etten bends the Cyclops' left upper leg with the Etten's left hand, bruising the left hip's muscle and bruising the left hip's muscle. There's just vomit and blood all over that hallway. And then the third challenger arrives, the second Etten shows up. And all three are fighting. I'm going to go slowly here. One turn at a time. So it's two Ettens kind of stacked on top of each other. One's probably crawling. And I think that they are teaming up on the Cyclops. Force pulls the neck, tearing apart the skin. The Etten punches the Cyclops in the head. Force bends the neck. Yeah, they're just punching. They're both just punching it in the head. I'm just going to unpause it. They're just beating on him, I think. They're just beating on him. They're all exhausted and beating on him. It's a bloody frickin' hallway. They should be. The Ettens. Yeah, they're still just beating on the Cyclops. Enemy of my enemy, I guess? Yeah, it literally has 1/4 of the Etten's vision. You're not wrong. The game's not paused. They're just fighting right now. They're all exhausted, I think. Let's check out the Cyclops' injuries. That's a lot of injuries. They probably can't hear a thing. Actually, you know what it probably would be like? It would be like if you're on the first floor of a large parkade and someone was having a fist fight on the top floor. Yep, no more eye. That Cyclops has been blinded. You know, they're way less efficient at this than I expected. I thought these fights would be over very quickly. Yeah, parkade. Game's just unpaused. They're just beating on each other. Or no, they're... Yeah. All right, let's see how long we need to wait now. You've never heard the term parkade before? Huh. I mean, that's what underground parking lots are called here. Or what I've always called them. And the game is saving. Spring has arrived. What are you watching? Two Ettins and a Cyclops beat the ever-living shit out of each other in a really big maze. And a tribute from Bust Aegis Muck has arrived. The humans are here to bring us stuff, but we've got uninvited guests to watch. Parkade? No. I mean, Google Parkade. It's a multi-level parking lot. Exactly. Stone knows what's up. I mean, they're not all underground. Oh. Who got the killing blow in? Yeah, they just continued punching it in the head. Like, literally, they just punched it in the head for... They both punched it in the head. It's a Canada term? Neat. Yeah, parkade. Yeah, no, they literally just sat there and punched it in the head for 39 pages of combat logs. They just sat there and punched it and wailed on it. Until finally it just died. And now it's the two Ettins, both completely exhausted, crawling away. Wouldn't it be interesting if the Ettins are actually not hostile with each other? I always thought that they would be. His right hand is torn open. He's missing a toe, but it's healed. Or healing. And the giant humanoid monster with two heads, the Ettin, is pretty happy, it seems. So the tribute report from the group of alchemy for the year of 84. The Ettins, there's a man and a woman one. We will find out if they breed, but I guess that the victor's the Ettins for right now. 1 copper shield, 1 iron longsword, 2 dog leather mittens, not long, 1 cactus rib training axe, 1 tin cage, and 1 tame cardinal. Was a finger bully and died for it? I'm curious to see if they're gonna fight, or if they're gonna breed in captivity. Like, I doubt they're gonna breed in captivity, but I'm kind of expecting them to fight. It's a pretty good fight, though, regardless. Neil, thanks for the host. And the miasma begins. And the elves have arrived to trade. Him and nope, they're both men, I think. Yeah, they're both boys. So no, they can't breed. Well, I mean, they could, but they're not gonna make babies. But now we have 2 male Ettins in a maze that I'm shocked aren't just murdering each other. I really like this image. I wonder if... Is that still called breeding? Sometimes. All right, well. I guess they're not going to fight then. So we just learned that Ettins must be friendly. Because one of them's healed. Bem hasn't yet. Bem's toe is real bad, you know? Very different wet slappings. Did he come to attack? I mean, there's no combat log. Yeah, see, like, they're not fighting. Like, they appear to be non-combative. Interesting. I can't say I've ever tried to make two Ettins fight before. I just kind of figured that they would fight, like, for the same reason that, you know. But will they get married? I mean, they're both men, so I don't think that Mega Beasts have that kind of code, do they? Like, I don't even think they have the ability to develop friendships. No, but, like, I don't think, like, giants can get married. Can they? We're going to come back in, like, 10 minutes and they're going to be holding hands and we'll be like, whoa! I wouldn't doubt it. No, but I'm like talking, it's like strictly mechanically in the game. Like, I don't think they have that capability, do they? Like, even in Legends, I don't think giants can get married. And I don't think Ettins can either. Do both heads need to consent? Man, that would be a funky four-way relationship, man. Watch them just kill each other. Nope. Yeah, no. So whatever we put in here next gets to fight two Ettins. I mean, we're going to be here for 1,000 years, Alien Slayers, so, might as well. Two Ettins and a Cyclops. Oh, Trumpet Dog finally died. He went totally batshit. So this is an Ettin that we're following around, which is a two-headed giant. Yes, we're talking about Ettin sexuality ethics. Yes. Yeah, the other one's just sprinting around. Luckily, they don't need to eat. Bem's finger is still messed up, and his left hand is torn open still. He's gonna have a bad scar on his hand. Whereas this one is just missing a toe, but it's healed. And his right head bears a curving scar, and his right hand is dented. So he's just running around because his wounds are healed. Whereas Bem's finger is very bad still, so he's crawling. His finger got bit, okay? Don't get your finger bit. All right, so we need to close up the maze. If you got your finger bit, I don't know, because it's an injury? Come on, man, it's only a flesh wound. Hey, Kerbanog. Yeah, that's why I'm talking about that. Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying I don't think they can get married. And I don't think they can breed either. Well, obviously they can't breed because they're both dudes, but I don't think like I don't think that that giants or Ettins or anything, because they don't have culture, I don't think they are capable of love. Which is very sad. Clearly Ettins don't believe in a thing called love. But, you know, we can pretend that they're friends, right? They just live in the basement now. I love, and also for reference, that blood all the way over there, that really on the left, is from an Ettin's finger getting bit, and all the blood on the right is from the other Ettin's toe getting bit off. Oh, I forgot to trade with the elves. Oh well. Nothing lost, nothing gained. To start building an Ettin. I don't know what that means. You're going to have to explain to me what that means, Stone. You've mentioned it like 5 times, and I asked you once before what that means. And I don't know what that means. So what does that mean? Please explain. They can have twins or triplets? Okay. So they can breed? All right, well, we got to get ourselves a female Ettin. Although putting a female Ettin in with an Ettin with a hand that makes him unable to walk. Busy watching blood sports. I mean, what else are you going to do? Certain breeds of animals can mate in Legends, but not in Fortress mode. So in World Gen. Not walking could have nerve damage. Literally his only injury is his first finger on his left hand is mangled beyond recognition and his left hand is torn open. This is his only injury. Is his finger is mangled beyond recognition. And he's crawling. It's his only injury. Did he? Okay, maybe then I'm wrong then. I mean, you guys are probably right. So there. Okay, good to know. All right, so we need, okay, this is what we need to get ourselves a female Ettin. Is the logic here. We need to get ourselves a lady Ettin. At least they have a big maze to hang out in. Ettin breeding program? I mean, it's just, yeah, basically. I was going to go a different direction with that, but yeah, basically. Also, something I should do is I should dig a tunnel all the way to the edge of this thing. And maybe like right here. And just fill this up with cage traps so I can trap them. The maze is impressive. It's really not. It's just time consuming. Now that's kind of what I was thinking. It's like, we're all talking about how making them fight in this maze is cruelty. I'm just sitting here thinking, like, if we actually put a female Ettin in with these two twits, Oh, God. I feel so bad. Considering one of them is so wimpy, he's just, like, limping around. That or she just kicked their asses because, like, one of them is so wimpy, he's literally just, like, limping around on a... because his finger is hurt. Like, imagine you get a broken finger and you're like, I can't walk, I'm injured. That's what this Etten is doing. Still is what this Etten is doing. The other one lost a toe, and he seems just fine. So those are all cage traps, which will almost never get used. Going to put a lever right here. Fair. I don't know. To me, the actual impressive thing about this fortress is the fact that it's one gigantic pit. That took me 10 streams to dig. And then another, like, 5 to actually get rid of all of the boulders. So, like, I spent 15 streams doing nothing but carving the fortress out. Which is way more impressive to me than the actual, like, you know, size of the fort itself, you know? Yes, the era of mudstone. Then C's up trying to build it. It's fine. It was fine until there was like 4 dwarves all trying to climb over top of each other. That made it slow down a bit. The part where pathfinding actually gets bad isn't really when you're trying to build things like mazes. Pathfinding gets bad when you're trying to channel out a large square. So if you're trying to like remove a large Z level, like if I just say go to the channel tool and queue up that will make the game lag a bunch. Because there's multiple options for them to go up, down, as well as different directions they could be going, and that's what confuses the pathfinding. The pathfinding doesn't really mind the individual hallways all that much. No, it doesn't, actually. It has about 3. It has about 3 really depressed dwarves, which isn't bad considering we have like 45. Most of them are neutral. You're just seeing the same dwarf repeatedly be depressed, which currently is Gate Nerd, wherever you are. Right here. Yeah, this dwarf. It's literally just this one dwarf who's hyper depressed. I got a few flashing down arrows, but they're kind of fine. But yeah, in general, they're all fine. Even like Aegis, this dwarf was haggard at one point. He was purple down flashing depressed arrow. And at the same time, dwarf's just totally okay. Totally fine. And a kangaroo buck has returned to a wild state. I should be butchering that. Not the stray boar. That. So I don't know why I have a llama, but I should be butchering that. Sorry, llama. There's also the basement dwarf. We don't talk about the basement dwarf. We don't talk about the dwarf that lives in the basement who has literally forgotten all of her skills and has been in prison for about 50 years. We don't talk about this dwarf. This dwarf is fine. She's living her best life. She's just in prison because she likes it. Can't remember the last time she's had alcohol. There's nothing weird about that. I promise you. So what happened with that dwarf is there's a bug, and I've made this happen a couple of times, right? The bug is if somebody's in prison, when their prison sentence is over, someone will come and release them. But if they go completely insane, so depressed, or their sentence will be extended until that tag leaves, right? So if they go depressed or start wandering around aimlessly or go stark raving mad, they will just be left in prison. However, as long as they are in prison and have the chained tag in this screen, the dwarves will bring them water and food so that they won't die of thirst and they won't die of hunger. So if a dwarf becomes haggard during their prison sentence and their prison sentence ends while they're haggard, which would cause them to just, wander around and starve to death normally or die of thirst, whichever comes first. Which actually just happened to another dwarf of mine, which is fine because he's been Trumpet Dog. He's been a problem for a bit. When that happens, oh sweet, Stray Kangaroo has been slaughtered finally. When that happens, they keep the chained tag and they just stay in prison. So that dwarf went completely insane in prison and never got released. So that dwarf still has the chained tag. So that dwarf is literally the oh shit, Sparkly grew up. All right, dwarves, I need you guys to go have some kids, all right? But that dwarf is literally that person at the beginning of the of any video game that starts you off in a prison, where there's one tutorial character who's like, "The key's over there. Let us out. I've been here my whole life."
Cheese for everyone.
Yeah, no, and then all my dwarves feel empathy when bringing somebody water. Yeah, it's great. Make babies, you bastards, literally, so that we can get more creatures. 12 years old is Sparkly. Sparkly is already a stone crafter because they made a artifact as a child. But like smoky quartz, giant orca leather, high boots, grates, and goats for their eating habits. 12 years old. Seems relatively happy. Is a little bit ashamed upon wearing old clothing. How old is your clothing? Pretty old. I'm going to give you all the hauling jobs so you can hopefully go get more clothing. I'm going to give you stone detailing, and here we're also going to give you leatherworking, although you've got plenty of crafts already. Children never like the sunshine because they stay in their rooms most of their growing up times. But it's funny, as soon as they can haul, they immediately go get new clothing. The biggest problem that I have with kids is they almost never claim new clothes, and they'll just get really upset that the clothing is rotting off their bodies because they don't have the haul job. They very rarely get the opportunity to actually claim clothing. But as soon as they can claim clothing, that problem goes away. Which I think is kind of hilarious. But yeah, no, I think it is maybe break time for the dwarves for a little bit. Because we need... Well, first off, we can actually get a migrant. So we might get a migrant from outside of the fort, which is neat. And we got space for up to 5 kids right now. So I need the dwarves to have some time off, you know what I'm saying? Do the thing where we have more babies appear. We need storks to arrive. The elf on the boat in Morrowind, the guy at the beginning of Skyrim, the dude at the beginning of Thief, any game with a prison sequence in it. The dude at the beginning of Dishonored. So now we need to make some sort of... Are there viewing stands for the maze fights? I don't want the dwarves to view them. No. There are not viewing stands for the maze fights. I mean, I could build a thing and call it that, but I don't actually want them to view the maze fights. Because that would just scar them for no reason. And would be a bad What thing? You know, Cutest Ghost, we need to have a talk. See, dwarves, they stand in the same room, and then a baby happens. They don't even woohoo like in The Sims. Yeah, I don't want the dwarves to actually see it. If I do it correctly, they'll never actually see it. So I haven't assigned any of my bedrooms except for my nobles, but watching you and seeing them have their own bedrooms, you thinking maybe you should actually give them bedrooms rather than hotel rooms? If you give them their own bedroom, they will get... where's the thought? Love remembering talking to a child, proud teaching, fondness, satisfied, blissful, optimistic. Optimistic after discussing very large numbers. Very, very smart dwarf right there. Not seeing any of them. But they get the proud remembering a bedroom like a personal palace. Happy they get various moods regarding their bedrooms. So, I mean, most of these dwarves, a lot of these dwarves not only have bedrooms, but also have basement suites with their own offices and dining table. The ones that have exceptionally messy bedrooms, I give them a second floor, which is enterable from their bedroom for more clothing. And they actually will store their clothes and stuff down there. I mean, if you give them their own bedrooms as well, with a cabinet, if I hit T and look at the cabinet, this is all the clothing this one dwarf has stored in their cabinet. When they die, the dwarves will come and empty the cabinet out too, which is kind of neat. So this is Sweet Sparkle Farts' bedroom, right? Which is filled with various foods that he loves, melons and other things. It's also there's a coffer here. I don't actually know what's in the coffer. Actually, hold on, what? Oh, interesting. It says who made the coffer. And then the cabinet has a list of everything that's in it. The lower level down here, there's some clothing down here and another coffer. A chest actually with a caperberry in it. They don't loot the dead. It's not looting. It's cleaning out somebody's apartment. That's totally different. I mean, sure. You won't have problems with them. You won't have problems with them, but the nicer you make their accommodations, the more positive thoughts they'll get out of it, and the less problems you'll have with random clothing being everywhere. Because I've certainly tuned into streams that do the more communal bedroom style, and like their tavern is just full of clothes. Like there's just clothing everywhere. It depends on the fort, Lobo. It really depends on the fort. Sometimes I'm really, really nice to my dwarves. This fort, I want to keep it here for 1,000 years. So I'm treating every single one of these dwarves like kings, pretty much. Like my mayor, who I've actually titled Wizard, because he's demanding windows again. Window 3. The reason I've titled him Wizard is because he wrote a book called A Wizard's Guide. It all begins with ignorance. That's a new one. Knowledge and beyond. Yeah, A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys, he wrote. And so I figured, well, if Squug's writing a book called The Wizard's Guide to Anything, that would mean that he would self-identify as a wizard. So we've given him the custom role of wizard because he's a wizard. Originally, it was steward because I was calling my whoever was in charge of the fort the steward because we had royalty here who was then murdered by a child. Also, Eric Shadowblade wrote a book concerning the value of knowledge called It Begins with Ignorance. It occasionally changes topic abruptly and thinks about cows. And it gets off track from now and from time to time. It's not awful, but not very good either. What other new books do we have here? Knowledge and Beyond, written by Astro Banjos. It concerns the value of knowledge. Writing is very rigid. It's not awful, but not very good either. What else do we have? Against Ignorance. Written by Cheers Jamie, who's in the chat. Concerns the value of knowledge. The writing is depressing, yet artfully indulges the author's fancies. I think I've actually read that one before, but it's a good one. The World of Glue, not to be confused with The World of Goo by Eurypterus, concerns the preparation and use of adhesive materials. Very interesting. Very interesting novel. Anyway, yeah, no, this is my mayor's office up here. Like, or a room that I give to my mayor, which I totally forgot to. Yeah. The little office right next to the old throne room that the royalty used to use. See how my Etten is using. How's that finger doing? Still bad? That sucks. Collect sand. 20. I have plenty of baggies. Yeah, your bedroom layer is covered in clothing, but the value per room is still very high. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I enjoy making separate bedrooms for every dwarf, and I like it when the dwarves have places to put their things. But you know, it's not really it's just play the game the way that you find enjoyable. And if you think making a big bunker for everybody to live in is fun, then fucking do that. It's the beauty of DF is it's playable in many different ways. How'd you set up a custom role? Hit Z, Y, or select the dwarf, hit Z, Y, and then you can rename them, or you can hit P and say make him Superman, and now his custom role is Superman instead of Miner, or Napper, Sleeper, Cupcake. Yeah, you can have some fun with that. But now it says he's Superman instead of a miner, but I want him to remain a miner. So. It's just kind of fun to have a dwarf named Wizard. This dwarf's also interesting. This dwarf was our sheriff, and then wasn't our sheriff, and then was our sheriff, and then wasn't our sheriff. Waxworker is best custom profession? But that's not a custom profession. How you doing? Clino, it's good to see you. You're well. Bow, bow, bow. You missed the part where two Ettins beat the shit out of a Cyclops for like 10 minutes. Maybe that's a joke. I had a legendary waxworker once. They made a wax craft artifact. Yeah, no, I know someone who was actually like modding custom nobles in, and then assigning legendary dwarves to that role, which basically just means that they need a nicer bedroom, and they don't make demands or anything, but they need a nicer room, essentially, which is kind of a neat way of doing things, you know, like legendary dwarves who are really good at a specific thing just need a nicer bedroom. They're doing a bookbinding demonstration. Also, something that's really neat about the demonstrations is like children can hang around and learn things and actually like have skills by the time they're adults. Yeah, no, they and Stone made the interesting observation that they literally have that the Cyclops literally had 1/4 of the vision that the Ettins have. So now I just have 2 Ettins that live in my basement. But anyway, I need to train with these humans before I forget. Like the elves, but that's fine. The elves don't mind. Let's just do this the easy way because I don't really have anything to sell right now. Clearly the superior numbers were overwhelming, right? Guild halls. And so with this fort, I made a bunch of guild halls before I needed them. So I made, I have a medical guild hall in my hospital, because my hospital is both. I have a crafting hall, a metal workers guild, which they never requested, and a stoneworkers guild, and they actively do demonstrations when they have nothing else to do, and a lot of dwarves get very good moods out of it. Just waiting for my trader to come trade. There we go. Let's grab sterling silver bars. All the paper, because I don't have a paper industry. It's funny as well, because, like, I have this fortress open to the public, but I guess there's just not a lot of guests here, because we get, like, none. Actually, let's make sure. Are they all open to the... Yeah, we have a farmer guild hall, library, craftsdwarf guild hall. Technically 2, I guess, although this one... Oh, this is Craftsdwarf's Guild Hall, and then a Stonecrafters Guild Hall, a Doctor Guild Hall. We have a temple. And most of these are set to all visitors welcome, which I think is interesting. I don't know. But we get, like, no visitors, which kind of sucks. Which is the reason why I think it's kind of unfair, really, for both RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress to compare RimWorld to Dwarf Fortress. Because there's a lot of people who play RimWorld because they think it's like Dwarf Fortress, but RimWorld is very much its own thing. RimWorld is a min-max... Like, I like RimWorld, and I'll probably be playing some RimWorld in November for an event. But, like, RimWorld is a, like, min-maxing strategy game that's all about, like, optimal play. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is a story generator. And there's a lot of games that claim that they're like Dwarf Fortress, and it irks me a little bit. Not because they can't claim that they're like Dwarf Fortress, and they certainly drew inspirations from Dwarf Fortress, but because people play those games instead of trying to learn Dwarf Fortress, which is unfortunate in my opinion, because Dwarf Fortress is so much more than any of those games. You know? Dwarf Fortress is, like, RimWorld is great. No Moria is great. Space Haven is neat. But Space Haven and RimWorld are such different games. Space Haven has more in common with The Sims than this. Gate Nerd is throwing a tantrum. Gate Nerd needs another prison sentence, I think. Midget Violence Simulator? That's, like, also not giving it enough credit. It's a world simulation, and you can do what you want with that world, really, right? I don't even think you committed a crime. Because, like, nothing does anything even remotely close to the same level as Dwarf Fortress's history generation, right? Nothing is even close to that. You have received a Steam award. Excuse me? Oh, for a review I wrote. All right, sure. Sure. I mean, I can literally just, like, let this fort run for 2 years, and it'll be fine. Doing nothing. And the dwarves will be relatively happy, and they will manage themselves. The only reason I have to actually be here is because I need to, yeah, it's an award on a Lost Flame review. It's literally just because the what's the word I'm looking for here? My mayor will start putting people in prison if I don't make windows whenever he asks me to. Why did you give me an award? Beelug? What the rest of the Lord of the Rings world has done to you? What do you mean? And how did you know, Beelug, or was it just a lucky guess? You missed the fight. Who won? The two Ettins won, and apparently they're on the same faction, so they're not going to kill each other. So we now have two Ettins in a maze running around in the basement. Although one of them got his toe bit off and the other one got their finger bit real bad. The one who got their toe bit off seems totally fine. The one that got the finger bit real bad, however, is crawling and very upset. And we have a very mangled skeleton of a Cyclops down here, as well as literally mountains of vomit and blood. Lucky guess, fair enough. While Frodo was going insane. I mean, this world is in some... Dwarf Fortress is a lot grimmer, in my opinion, than Tolkien. Like, sure, this game borrows from Tolkien, but I don't know, the way I've always imagined it is this is more like what's going on in the rest of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. You know? Kind of how I imagine it, but I don't know. Just because dwarves arrive in groups of 7. But I don't know. The actual, like, stories that this game generates are just kind of incredible. I mean, even like the other day when we were looking at Legends for the community world, where we found that dwarf that went and had a mood and was unable to complete their artifact in Legends, and the description was they drowned themselves. Then we went and looked at that dwarf's wife, and that the year that that dwarf drowned himself, the wife wrote a book entitled something very ominous, and the description of the book was the book was stricken by melancholy. Essentially, it was very melancholic, the writing. Thanks for the $1, Spitalier. Cheers, man. Holding that #1 spot. Cheers. That's how you avoid the K-pop emotes, chat. You just cheer 100 bits at a time. Oh, that's funny. All right. Let's go into the details. Specify a new image, creature. Of 2 Ettins. Striking a menacing pose. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Spitalier, please? And an object. 1. This is an image of two Ettins and a figurine. The two Ettins are striking a menacing pose, and they are raising the figurine, symbolizing victory in the maze. I will change the name of this image to the Ungodly Entrancing Rope. Let's go the... Godly Entrancing Victims. The Godly Knowing Victims. Let's go for that. Chat, Sasspot needs beer. Also, Sasspot, for reference, HS Cheers works, the word beer works, but I don't... Actually, I wonder, could I make that work? I want to know. I want to know. Can you show me? Try it again. Last spot. Let's see if we can make that work. And I can't find my bot now. Where did it go? There it goes. Got it. Got it back. Hey, there you go. That's one no one will ever figure out. And done. Now I need to figure out where we're gonna put it. Let's put a room down here. And this can be the Hall of Victors. It does look mug-like. How sneaky you was? I noticed sneaky things. You don't think you got a K-pop emote? Man, I wish I could just, like, opt my whole channel out of the K-pop thing and then just title my stream K-pop Free Zone. Here's the thing. K-pop idols scare me because they are like plastic creations created by genetic modification. They don't look like people to me. Like, I realize that they're human. They do not look human to me. Does anybody else feel that way about pop idols? Like, the K-pop idols specifically? Like, they're so far removed. K-pop idols. Because Twitch is giving away K-pop emotes, which are terrible, by the way. When you gift subs and get gifted subs. Or cheer 300 bits. Some of them have plastic surgery. They're not allowed to be people. I know that that's not a thing, yeah. But that's a thing. They're not allowed to be people. Not so much as the stains that follow them. I have to tell your baby sister. Wait, is your baby sister a K-pop idol fan? Yep. I don't know, they scare me a little bit. They're like the cyberpunk future that we're going to have eventually where everybody goes and gets surgery and gets genetically modified to look perfect. She enjoys the K-pop. I enjoy the K-pop sometimes. But I also enjoy watching Saw. I enjoy things that scare me. Hostel was a fun movie. K-pop is entertaining. What can I say? They still scare me. Gate Nerd cancels detail floor. Too depressed. Feel you there. Actually, you just nailed it. Manufactured perfection, the societal version of the uncanny valley. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Okay, so I'm gonna put in 2 tiles. And I'm gonna make this. Let's say, what do you guys think? Black bronze or rose gold? Even if you can't understand it? I mean, K-pop, it can be very, very catchy. Yeah. Black bronze? Black bronze is kind of a purpley color, whereas rose gold is kind of pink. Rose gold for all the female dwarves? Not unless they like rose gold specifically. I'm not going to force them into specific color based on gender. Come on. But no, I'm not giving this to any dwarves. These are I'm building pedestals for the winners of the tournaments in the Great Maze. I don't have anything that's red, unfortunately. I would need petrified wood probably. I should make coins as victory medals. I mean, I make coins every year. Actually, now that I think about it, I need to do that for this year. Make a vote? No, it's not that important of a decision. So, doesn't really matter. And then Iron Statue of Ettins. That's our first set of winners. Being a fake society. I actually love Gangnam Style. Lyrically. I think that Gangnam Style is kind of fascinating. Like, when that song was the biggest goddamn thing on the planet, and everybody wouldn't shut up about it, and everybody was doing that dance, I went and, like, read the lyrics. Started telling everybody what those lyrics meant. I was like, you know, have you, like, looked at the actual context of this song? Because it's fascinating. It's a banger. That certainly is. I don't know. The term banger's grown on me. I didn't like it initially, but it's grown on me. I don't know. My main issue with the K-pop emotes that Twitch is giving away right now is they're just kind of uninteresting. That's the main issue I have with them right now, is they're just uninteresting, hard to see, too small. They're not very good. Let's see what the coins for 84 look like. Which I have a lot of. On the front of the coin is an image of a ballista arrow head. On the coin's back is an image of an eight-sided, eight-sided prisms. Yeah. My favorite quote from Psy of Gangnam Style fame is that he says that he wears the sunglasses because it's his trademark, and when he takes the sunglasses off, he just looks like a generic Asian businessman, and nobody recognizes him when he takes his sunglasses off. So he just takes his sunglasses off and exists like a normal human being, which I think is hilarious. Sorry, but technical biological question that I genuinely don't know the answer to. Skin's an organ? What? Today I learned. All right, sure. What did I think it was? Skin. I thought it was like in its own category. Okay, well, today I learned. Chat, sometimes you make me feel dumb. You know that? Liver? I mean, I'm a liver. You're currently a liver. So one day we'll all be a deader. Collection of specialized cells grouped together for a specific function. Huh. I mean, I once had like a mental breakdown the day that I learned that pumpkins were a fruit. It blew my freaking mind. I don't know why, but I always thought of gourds as like in their own category. A yearly donation from the realms of stone, a human civilization, has arrived. Hey, you know, if you never feel dumb, then how are you ever gonna learn, you know? Yeah, pumpkins are a fucking fruit, right? Right? Not according to Wikipedia. Cashews are the seeds of a fruit. You're nuts, Stibbins. But so am I, so that's acceptable. The annual tribute from the Council of Men of Autumn 84. 1 copper battle axe, 25 bronze bolts, 1 copper cage, 1 dog leather backpack, 1 iron bar, 1 iron shield, 1 iron anvil, 1 pig parchment sheet, 1 sheeple bag, 1 yellow sand, 1 alpaca wool bag. Also, note, football hooligans didn't trade with us this year. 5 water buffalo cheese, 25 iron bolts, 25 copper bolts, 1 trifle pewter bar, 1 raw crystal glass, ooh, fancy, 1 eagle leather quiver, and 1 maple training spear. I'm doing great, Brahms. How are you? This is an annual tradition. Dog 2. They bring us stuff every year. And I read them out loud. Because, why not? Am I doing any raiding? That wouldn't be very optimal to keep a fort alive. No, we're a trade hub. I did threaten the humans into giving me stuff every year so they'd trade with me, but that's it. I probably could obliterate everybody with my military. My mount, we're up here. My mountain home is right here. And they've been fighting with this one goblin faction basically since the world started. The humans had a civil war for a bit, and these two towns were invading each other. And this faction went up here and reclaimed this fort. But outside of that, the world's been pretty calm. I'm not raiding anybody because I don't want to be at war with anybody, because I want to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years. I don't actually know the specifics there, to be honest with you, Zapdos. Geography wasn't my best subject. What's the ultimate goal of this fort? I just said it. Keep it alive for 1,000 years. We are on year 84. We started on year 5. So we are 79 years in. So we're 7.9% done. And this is my 30th stream of this fort. Most of them are roughly an hour. Or 5 hours, rather. Which means, math-wise, this is going to take... no, it's not an exaggeration. Math-wise, this fortress is going to take probably about 300 streams. Around that. Oh, Astrobandros is running away in fear from a chinchilla that he shot with a bolt. Well, good for you. So no, that's not an exaggeration. That is the goal of this fort. I have 2 other forts running. One which is, I play on Saturdays, which is straight up just all-out warmongers. Let's build up 10 squads and go murder things. We have a portal to hell in that fort already. And we've thrown vampires into that hole. If you want to watch a video about that fort, I have a lore video up. This fort is very much a peaceful, let's try and get as many generations of dwarves into the same fort as possible. Like, to give you an idea, dwarves are here to trade, but if I go to Eripterus, which is the last of my 7 starting dwarves, who's down here, and go to relations, this is all their family in the fortress, right? Now, if I say go to Jacknerick, who is dead, if I go to Brander Buddy, who's not dead, this is all their family in the fort. Everybody. Everybody's in the fort. So we're in... and this is Dragon Man, their half-sister. We are in 3rd generation dwarves now in the fortress. Like, Dragon Man, this dwarf, and Dragon Man's husband, Wave Thrash, were both born here. Yeah. Am I taking no migrants? We have space for 1. I will take up to 45 migrants, and the hard cap is 50. So we lock off the population at 50 dwarves to keep it just big enough so that we can get like were creatures and stuff, but nothing super dangerous because the goal is to keep the fort alive for 1,000 years. We haven't dug down to the caverns, so there's no forgotten beasts. There are 11 living dragons in this world. Not as many as the 14 in the other world. But there are 11 living dragons, so, and 4 bronze colossi and some other shit, so like, it is theoretically possible we could have some pretty freaky creatures show up, but none of that's happened yet. It's just a lot of longevity. Longevity, as I said. I have a single scepter. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick to the easy. Yeah, I wish it was alphabetical too. Or organized by value or something. Also, too, bad terrain. What? Oh, you got dive bombed by a buzzard. Gotcha, which means I need to turn on the squad. Fined for lyrics, public movements to censor him. The government retracted his military service exemption for not working hard enough as a software developer. An album banned from radio, and then Gangnam Style, which was interesting. I mean, he breaks laws in that video. I don't know. Korea's a very heavily censored country, from what I've read. I don't know. My name is Azteth. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? It's still the same thing. Bring me wood. All of the wood. So I don't need to chop down trees so the elves don't get mad at me. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craft worship. I look forward to our meeting next year. May our fortunes rise and continue to rise together. And trader requested at depot. Let's get the trading done. I wonder if they're trying to I wonder if they're trying to clean the maze. They might be. Crafts generally, because they get more moods out of creating crafts versus like generic crafts. But I don't do the mug thing because mugs are kind of weird to store. But crafts, meals, weapons. I have more iron than I know what to do with. I've sold copies of books because we've written hundreds of books. Kind of everything. You just bin them. I've had problems with like I like to just make the number of mugs that I need and then keep them because they have a practical use, right? And I don't like to trade large numbers of mugs away because I've had it. Did they just get attacked by a buzzard and leave? No, they didn't leave, but they did just get attacked by a buzzard. I've had them do weird things like mass cancel drinking, and then I've had a lot of dwarves like be unable to drink using a mug. So I like to just make like 150 high quality fancy mugs and just let them use them, or goblets more specifically. So I don't like having a shit ton of mugs everywhere. No, I generally I'm either selling serrated glass like if I want to actually make money, I'm selling serrated glass discs because they're infinite, which is probably what I'm going to do for this next round. Yes. But I don't think that's what was happening. I think they were trying to clean, I'm gonna buy some of this glass. I think that they were trying to clean a specific spot and a buzzard dive bombed them and it canceled the job. But yes, you can make restricted zones. Let's clear out some boulders and... Because Mayor probably wants us to make more windows. Yep, I was right. But yeah, no, I'm trading for wood so that we don't need to worry about pissing off the elves chopping down trees. But yeah, no, I don't like doing the mug economy purely because I like dwarves to just have enough mugs and don't want to worry about accidentally separating dwarves from their precious, precious, precious mugs. Also, it's funny when someone says that they do the dwarven mug economy. I'm like, so you watch Quill 18 is usually how I feel when people say that, because Quill swears by the mug economy. The mugonomics of society. It's interesting. Clino, the best music often comes out of pissed off people with shitty childhoods. Also, something that I need to clarify, Clino. When I say that I think K-pop is scary, I'm not talking about Psy. I'm talking about the K-pop idol industry, which is the same way I feel about the J-pop idol industry, where basically the equivalent of, like, children, like, contorted into perfection and then marketed. I think that industry is scary in regards to the K-pop emotes. I think that, like every industry, there's places that are really interesting and entertaining and fun to follow, but also with every industry, I think it has a rather dark side. That's the side that I'm referring to when I'm talking about K-pop being scary. Always wanted to get into playing Dwarf Fortress thanks to Krug Smash. I wanted to get into Dwarf Fortress because of a friend of mine who told me about it in 2009, and then kind of really wanted to get into Dwarf Fortress because of Total Biscuit talking about it. Although there is a problem with the mug economy, Alien Slayer, and this is why you should swap up your trade goods occasionally, is because it'll drive the prices down. If you overload a market in DF, it will drive the prices down. Doesn't matter what market, if you overload any market. I had a brief stint as a mod on that website, Lobo, so I know what you mean. I was really confused because the other day someone was talking about how they pirate DF, and I'm like, how do you pirate a game that's free? Like, are you downloading Dwarf Fortress from a torrent site? Like, what? I was really confused by that. You're in for a bumpy, fun ride. Potentially. DF is either a bumpy, fun ride or very mundane, but it can be interesting mundane, which is what this fort has been. Interesting, but mundane. Yeah, Victoria was telling me about how one of the funniest comments she got on the Steam forums was how someone said they were going to pirate it because Dwarf Fortress should always be free, and her response basically was, "K?" The word laugh? I always forget how to spell it, laugh. Although the word that always fucks me up is mayonnaise. I can never remember how to spell mayonnaise. I hate mayonnaise, and maybe that's got something to do with it. But I always fuck up the spelling for mayonnaise. Yarg? Fiddly-dee? Oofs? Does that come up often? No. Part of the reason I always fuck it up. I should suspend this maze in the air. Dig around it and channel around the underneath and put supports underneath it. Probably France and Japan. Japan loves their mayo. You know what I learned the other day? I learned that you can't put manslaughter in the title of your stream on Twitch. It won't let you. Because I was playing Jupiter Hell and I wanted to say manslaughter's demons. That's what I wanted to be my title, was man slaughters demons. And it gave me a little red arrow and it said title contains a banned phrase. I was like, what? Apparently you can't put manslaughter in the title of your stream. I'm glad that you enjoy things. I will choose to avoid eating mayo for the rest of my life. I mean, I know you can't put, like, fuck in your title, or ass, or shit, or any of those other offensive language words. And I remember the day that they added all that stuff in, because I know a guy who, him and his group of friends refer to themselves as the Cunt Force. They're a bunch of Aussies and they're great. I love those guys. But they had to censor it, so now they use a little triangle. Keep, like, you know how you can have a little upward pointing triangle? Well, they use that. Because Manhunt is banned on Twitch? That's got nothing to do with it, I don't think. I don't think it's got anything to do with Manhunt. I think they just want to avoid potential controversy, which is fair, but it's one of those, like, huh, things. And, you know, there have been instances of people streaming heinous acts on the internet, and I think Twitch just wants to avoid that, but... And you know what? I respect that. That makes sense to me. I'm going to geld all my doggies. Also, this is way too oppressive for this fortress. This fortress is, like, kind of happy. Let's go with some Witcher music, shall we? Also, I love that Max has 3 pet dogs. I think we have a dog person in the fort. Max the naturalist feels fondness after interacting with a pet and has 3 pet dogs. And a lover is in love with Slipple. No kids, though. I just learned that one of my dwarves has 3 pet dogs. But runs around and these dogs just follow him around. How's DF today? Well, we watched 2 Ettins beat the ever-living shit out of a Cyclops. And we watched the Cyclops bite one of the Ettins' toes off and bite another finger so bad that it's still crawling in the basement in pain and agony due to its inability to walk because its finger got bit. Anyway, yeah, so that's what we did. And then aside from that, it's just been a lot of, like, the normal Longdeath affair. Some constructions, some crafting, some trading, wondering why the humans aren't bringing us more stuff. You know, the normal things. You want me to make 2 more windows? I just made you 3. Window 2. My Dwarven faction is still invading the goblins. Good to know. Humans aren't doing anything. Yeah, it's pretty standard. No, I just made them available as pets. Max isn't even an animal trainer. Some dwarves are just partial to certain types of animals. Like, let's see if Max likes dogs. Those dogs aren't even trained. Dogs for their loyalty, yeah. So this dwarf likes platinum, pinfire, opal, giant cockatiel leather, the color yellow, crossbows, and dogs for their loyalty. So I bet you any dog that I make available, this dwarf will claim as a pet. I can't walk. I bit my lips. I bit my tongue. My leg is immobile. Logic, kid. Is your son named Bim? Bem? Bem. Yep, still crawling. His first finger on his left hand is mangled beyond recognition. His left hand bears a massive jagged scar, and his left hand is dented. Well, his left hand is healed finally. His hand has a big scar, and his finger is mangled beyond recognition. And because of that, he's distracted, and his elbow and his first finger is mangled. And he's distracted and prone and crawling around due to the pain in his finger. And then the other one over here is also distracted, and his 4th toe on his right foot is missing because it got bit off. It lives here. There's his toe. It lives here. I'm going to unforbid it in case they want to use it as a weapon in the future. And yeah, they live in my maze. And I totally have the ability and space to, throw more things into this maze if and when opportunity be given. It is very much something a little kid would do, though. I can't walk. I hurt my finger. Although, to be fair, we don't know how old this Etten is. Maybe this Etten's a child. But no, I really want to catch me a Lady Etten so that we can release it. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do? Forbid that again. Set that to be mined. Howdy, Warm Shadow. I'm gonna recatch these Ettins. Going to deconstruct that center lever. They must have a lot of other things to do. Okay, then Dwarf leaves. And then I'm going to lock this door. And let's see if these Ettins go to the exit. And go get caught in trap. Gate Nerd is throwing a tantrum. God damn it, Gate Nerd. Also, thank you very much, everybody, for the follows today. A few new follows have come in. Here's, guys. You do know that you have a clear route out of the fortress, right? You do know that, right? You just need to go break a doorway. I mean, the maze is pretty confusing. Although this one seems to actually be heading towards the exit, which is good. They're chilling? No, this one seems to be heading to the exit. Can I chain a dog in there to draw them out? Nah, I mean, yeah, I guess I could. But I don't think I need to. In the last 20 minutes of your shift than you have in the last 7.5 hours. Wow. And you posted beer in the wrong chat. You know what? I think that calls for a round of beers. Also, if you guys want to help me out, my teammate Jess has qualified for Twitch partner and has sent in an application. So if you want to help her out, and you happen to be on a browser, just open that tab up and just lurk. I've had her stream open all day, but it would be nice for her to be able to get that check mark. It's very rare for people to get it on the first application, so we want to help her do that if possible. But yeah, no, I'm putting these Ettins into cages so that we can continue working on the maze, you know? Making the maze bigger. Here's an important question. What do we do with the corpse of the Cyclops? Everyone go to Jess's and give her beers so you don't look stupid. Why would you look stupid for posting an emote, dude? All right, where's my other Ettin at? Oi, you big dumb. Get over there. Come on. You wish I could taxidermy it? I mean, I could just put it on a pedestal somewhere, but it would scar the dwarves every time they saw it. I could also just, like, leave it in the maze. Actually, you know what I should do? I should put it on a pedestal in the maze. That's what like, in a weird corner of the maze that no one will ever go to. That's what I should do. Oh, wow. You guys actually did went and put a lot of beers in. So is she confused or anything? I mean, yeah, first we need the Ettin to get out. Okay, so you know what we're going to do here? Also, shoutouts to that asparagus for us. I'm going to go over here and pull this lever. All right. Now, that is a wall, which is unpassable. Okay. So let's unforbid that and open that up. I'm going to put a cage right here with the Ettin in it. And I'm going to put a chain right here. And maybe not a dog. Dogs are too appreciated by my dwarves. She's distracted by Cuphead. Excellent. Stealthy midstream raid. Fun fact, did you know that midstream raids are a bannable offense on Twitch? Makes me kind of sad about the current state of Twitch. It's like, I do love Twitch, but there are some things about the current state of Twitch, like they ruined a lot of the fun that used to happen on the damn site. Well, rather, not Twitch, but people on the site ruined a lot of the fun that we used to have on this site. I could put an eagle on it. Hey, Nix. How you do? Stray dog. Excellent. Even after all of these years, my first thought with any giant humanoid is voyeurist. Think of the totem. I don't know what you mean or what you're referencing. Apologies. All right, now we're gonna go open that. So door's locked again. And bridge is opened again. And now we follow the uninvited guest and see if you go beat up the doggy. That's not bad, sleeping longer. Harassing people while streaming. Or encouraging one's audience to go and harass somebody else's audience. All right, so now we've pulled both of the Ettins out of the maze. But in this instance, Jess is part of my stream team and my friends, so it's not a problem. Will it injure the creature inside? I don't think so. If you drop it into water, it could drown the creature inside. That's a dog, not the dwarf that I wanted to follow. Okay. Let's remake this lever in the center. And I'm going to put a display furniture back here. Oh, once I have access to this area, so I need to go over here and pull this lever. We're going to put that Cyclops' corpse on this thing. Jay. So if you put a hen and put it into a magma-proof cage, you know, I could like see that working with a glass cage, because glass is magma-proof, right? That would make a degree of sense. And I do mean a very tentative degree of sense. Might as well open this side as well. Should I also put the toe on a different pedestal? I should also put the toe on a different pedestal, shouldn't I? What are you going to go store in the stockpile? Oh, right, yeah, the cage that's down there. Now you want to make a dwarven theme park? What would you put in your dwarven theme park? Right, yeah. Lower leg, partial skeleton, lower leg. All right. Corpses. Oh, right, yeah, it won't pop up here because it's forbidden. There we go. Let's just make sure Trumpet Dog, yeah, Trumpet Dog made it into a coffin. All right, so that's where we're gonna put the corpse of the loser, somewhere in the maze. I guess we're gonna need to expand the size of this, right? And clean the blood. Not accepted, King. But she has a first application. In. Yes, you did, Monsieur. Otherwise, it would be a freaking party. Oh yeah, I guess minecart roller coasters, cage freefall dops. That would be more of a dwarven anxiety compression chamber than anything. You need to get dinner for your python. For a split second there, I thought that like dinner for your python was like some form of like coding like statement, but all right, I need body parts. I think I'm getting hungry dumb. You know that feeling when you're like just starting to get a little hungry and you're like, man, I can't brain anymore. There we go. This is Ismar Doslekos' fourth toe from their right foot. Now we can go in and find his toe again. Hangry? I'm not angry though. I'm just like dumb. Like, I can't think more now. You know? Yes! Exactly! Ghost, you nailed it. It's like, it's freaking lunchtime up in here. Maybe I'll pull my insulin out of the fridge. I'll be back in a sec. Hold on a second. Did a dwarf just, like, stop hauling that corpse halfway? Did you get, like, did they get, like, thirsty or something? Huh. All right, 1 year played on your refort and you've come back to watch some more. All right. I'm being a horrible person. I've put a I've murdered a Cyclops in the basement, with 2 Ettins. They beat the shit out of it for a very long time, and now I'm putting the corpse on display in the maze, alongside of the Ettin's toe that the Cyclops bit off. Yeah. What does my northern eye gaze? A maze. That's very gazing. It's art. And then down here, we've placed an iron statue of Ettins. And this item is a rendition of the godly knowing victims, an image of 2 Ettins, and a figurine. The 2 Ettins are striking a menacing pose. The 2 Ettins are raising the figurine. The image was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time, a local dwarven government. So we commissioned this image of these 2 Ettins holding. I'm imagining the figurine as a trophy or something. Then we caught the Ettins over on the side, and are now replacing their statues right there, so that we can do it again. Feel sleepy, but you can't sleep too. That was me all night last night. I'm just like, the reason I haven't been sleeping well is because I've been full of a lot of weird emotions. Also, mind. Hope you're doing well, because it's been a minute. I hope that you're doing well. But my brain has been filled with lots of weird emotions, because I last year at this time was fully expecting to not be streaming full time within 3 months. But somehow I'm still here. That's freaking me out a bit. Kind of very much freaking me out. So Animal, doesn't seem to have any issues. Felt satisfied putting a piece on display. Yep, you just placed a toe and a corpse on display. Heh, indeed. Reminds me of a Swedish saying, which I'm not going to pronounce. That's interesting. What does my northern eye gaze amaze? Amazing. All right. The Cyclops is now on a pedestal. And we can expand the maze some more. I'm going to fill out this chunk right here with maze things. Because I need more maze things. Also, Narf, since you're hanging about, next CUD stream will probably be Sunday. Because Monday I'll be doing Jupiter Hell, because that's getting a patch this coming Monday. So even though large portions of this maze I don't think are gonna be super practical, I'm gonna actually probably what I'm gonna need to do is like actually close off parts of the maze. Because building destroyers can destroy pedestals, right? So they're just gonna go knocking down those pedestals with the body parts on them. So yeah, maybe I'll seal off those hallways with the body parts on them. And hello, how you doing, Seth? For science it? I don't think it really needs to be science. I think that's just kind of a known fact. So then the Ettins are probably going to go knock over the pedestals with the body parts on it, but that's kind of fine. Or anything I put in here for that matter. And before I do anything else, I'm actually going to queue these up to be smoothed. Yeah, something like that. Something like that, Sassbot. Oh, there we go. We finally got both the Ettins in there. All right. Did I already hook the other Ettin up? I must have. They're discussing justification. I'd imagine that they're discussing the justification of why we are throwing the Ettins into a pit alone to go murder each other. Of course it's justified. Perfectly justified. And Goats is murdering a buzzard and screams, "This is my fight, too. There's no need to feel vengeful," after stabbing the buzzard in the head with his name's steel spear, and the severed part sails off in an arc. That your furniture toppled in a temple, not just your statues, can trigger a curse. Really? I thought it was only statues that could trigger curses. Although I kind of want that to happen. I kind of really want that to happen in this fort, which is why there's a lot of furniture in all my temples. But nobody's gone and broken anything in a temple yet. Just because I think it would be neat to... I would have the ability to do some really interesting things if I had a were creature in this fort, for example, you know? So I think it would be really cool. Also, for those of you who don't know, Seth is the one person that I know who's made a fort that's longer than this one is currently. Which in and of itself is impressive. Just the amount of time that it stayed alive. What year are we on? We're on year 84, which means we've been in this fortress for 79 years. My longest fort up until now, which I actually went and checked. I thought the game was lagging. Turns out it was paused. It's good that it's lagging when it's paused. But that means we are 7.9% done. Also, kind of a fun fact. I found another game that can literally die to frame rate that isn't Dwarf Fortress, which makes me kind of happy. Noida can have frame rate deaths. Like, it'll just freeze for like a minute, and then we'll just give you a restart game button. Like, the game just decides, that's enough. Here's a restart button. Not very interesting. Gotcha. How long did you keep it alive for, Sasspot? Is that how you win? No. I mean, Noida, you can actually win. So there's Noida's like a run-based game, not unlike Spelunky. It's a mystery-solving run thing. You had a 150-year fort once, but it was pretty basic, just things you needed to keep the doors alive. Then did you just let it run all night? I've had people say like, oh, use it's like how to make, like I had somebody come and pop into the first episode and leave a comment, which was how to make a 1,000-year fort. Expel everybody, use DF hack to make the last dwarf a vampire, lock them in a 1x1 square, minimize game until time complete. And I'm just like, that kind of defeats the spirit of what we're trying to do here. You win by killing yourself on accident. That's generally how I won in Noida. How's the Mace Massacre? We're expanding it. The Cyclops is dead, and their corpse is now sitting on this pedestal. And I now have 2 Ettins in a cage up there. And hopefully we can get more Ettins. One of my biggest goals right now is I really want to get a female Ettin so we can try and breed them. I don't think that's worked for a very long time. That being said, I do kind of want to throw this fort over into Stone Sense just to make a video of it, because I've had enough people ask me now, can you make a video of this in Stone, or can you stream this with Stone Sense running? I'm like, no, but I have an install with DF hack, so I could do that. Gimper, thank you. Cheers, man. You don't remember how long it was? You think you lost interest and embarked again at some point, never went back? Save file's gone at this point. Gotcha. How am I? Well, I've lived alone for a whole year as of this morning. That's how I am. So, okay. I don't know. It's weird emotions. Not really good emotions. Mostly bad emotions. But I'm here. Which means it's more or less been a year since the bookshelf went bye-bye. Fucking time flies. It's like I'm better off now, but I don't know. Do I have a pet? I have 4 plants. I have a philodendron, a dragon plant, a snake plant, and an orchid. I have... no, I didn't get... I have no books. Why would I get a bookshelf? Actually, that's not true. I have 2 books. I have a copy of The Hobbit. No, three books. Copy of The Hobbit, the Bone Anthology, so all of Bone and... Did Bastet just die of old age? Whoa. Yeah, there was no combat. Bastet just died of old age. No foul play? Damn! You can just link the Arch Crystal post in chat. I know. Actually, I do technically have something on my wall now. I have the crayon drawing that Tarn sent me. Man, I'm going to shed a single tear over that one. I have a really hard time. Died with a strawberry plant and an asparagus in her hand. She died eating the thing she loved. Okay, so that's the name of your iron shield. Okay, hold up. Hold up. I'm just gonna screenshot this shit so I remember. That's a natural death. I know that dwarf was getting up there in age, but they were probably around 140. They did die of old age on the first day of spring. Yeah, you're right. I want to put her weapons in, because she was... This dwarf did many displays and taught many dwarves many skills. This dwarf will be remembered. And, you know, it is the first day of spring. So this is the second dwarf? I thought they could die in between any seasons. Also, a tribute from the group of alchemy football hooligans. 1 bronze buckler, 1 copper pick, 5 rat weed, 1 rope reed thread, 5 red spinach leaves, 1 iron pick, and 5 prepared horse hearts. 5 horses died in the making of this tribute. Of course I have a mausoleum. You'll see it in a second. I don't know why they brought it up here first, but... Of course I do. What else would I do with all of the dead dwarves? That's sad. But, as they say, it was inevitable. Stone Sense for streams. Good luck. The problem that Stone Sense has is it makes the game I'm trying to think of an apt example. Crash more often than I do in Grand Theft Auto. And then if you try and then, like, stream that through the internet... Yeah, good luck. Oh, no, of course. They start at the beginning of the new year. I kind of wish they were more random than that, but... Oh. Also, one thing that, if I were to request for any specific Twitch extension for Dwarf Fortress, I would want the ability to, not Stone Sense. Stone Sense is, I would want the ability for a user to be able to look at their dwarf's current mental state, or look at any dwarf's current mental state and their current jobs. That's all I want. That's it. God, Armok Vision's so ugly, though. Or are you saying that Armok, or that Stone Sense doesn't break all the damn time anymore? Is that what you're saying? But yeah, that's all I'd want. I just want the ability for users to be able to check their dwarves' mental states. And an elven caravan has arrived. Oh, it's fixed now? Okay, fair enough. I still won't use it, but... I really do believe that's my experience of Stone Sense, but some streamers have figured it out, apparently. I think Clinodev probably explained it, King. Is when I last used it, it just broke all the damn time. But then again, I also am one of those weirdos who believes that you should just play the vanilla game because it's less complicated, but... Alright, what's the name of this sword? The shield, it starts with an M. Mebigath. Mebigath, 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 that one. And then... Did you name your anything else? Yeah, it was just the shield that she named. I don't think she... Yeah, she didn't name her spear. Alright. Shield will work then. But for CUD, you're playing around with being able to view, build, inventory equipment in an overlay, like in a Twitch overlay. I think it'd be interesting to see. I don't know, because I've talked about this a lot, that I believe that roguelikes are kind of a very, very, very streamable style of game that just hasn't caught on yet. Like I genuinely believe that there is a market for streamed traditional roguelikes that just hasn't been cornered yet. But that might also just be me hoping that there's a market for a thing that I like doing that just doesn't exist. Picture point. You know what to do. He said it. Post beer. How you doing, man? Welcome back for a 4th month. That time fucking flies, dude. Good to have you back. Thanks for sticking around. I think Lazy Noob Pack is the starter pack that they're referring to, yeah. Which should be renamed. Don't call it the Lazy Noob Pack. Just like easy difficulty should be called normal, not easy. It's demeaning. You just touched the DF category. You want to know why? You want to know why your viewers increase tenfold? There's millions of people every day that want to watch Fortnite. But there's also millions of people streaming Fortnite. There's maybe like 200 people that want to watch DF. But if there's only 2 people streaming DF, there's a lot more of a, like, it's a lot more evenly spaced. My favorite one is that one that pops up really high on Google Images, Seth, which is like someone who built a big old tower with a smiley face on it. Because DF is awesome. Problem is I think somebody in my chat once accidentally made themselves look really dumb. Actually, many people make themselves look dumb in my chat, but that's besides the point. Someone once made themselves look really dumb with a Keck W, which for those of you who hang around here will know that it makes you say, I'm stupid. And what the person said was, I wish I could play Dwarf Fortress, but it's just too big brain and smart for me. Instead, I'm going to stick to games that are made for normal people and continue playing RimWorld because, and then I guess wanted to put a Keck W, but instead said, I'm stupid. It's the hardest I've laughed probably this year streaming. Like, I almost fell out of my chair laughing. Eternal, the miner, has been possessed. Ooh, first artifact today. So funny. So goddamn funny. There are 40,000 streamers of the category at any given moment. There are more people on the category than there are people in the streams. Are we talking about Fortnite? Picture point? Apparently there is some refractor to stone sense for efficiency. Apparently they pushed it for their code. It's a non-functional for a year. Someone hassled Rose about it and reverted, and then it got obsessed. Is Rose a new username? Because I don't know a Rose involved with stone sense. If someone changed their username, I missed that. It's a legend of a game, but, yeah, I don't know. Let's just keep following this dwarf. I didn't realize the game was paused. Because of how DF streamers are spaced out, as soon as you are done and end up posting someone who's only been up for 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean, that or, like, I'll go host somebody from my stream team, and then most of the people will just kind of migrate over to whoever else is on, right? I don't know. The thing that I worry about with DF, though, because, like, there's a lot of people that are just very excited for streaming on DF. Also, the other person streaming DF, fucking good for watching. Just saying. The one thing that I do worry about is this. RimWorld has had this problem recently, right? 2 years ago, on a given day, there was about 2,000 people that wanted to watch RimWorld. So, like, the average view count for RimWorld was 2,000, right? The average number of people streaming was 25 to 30 on a day. If you look at Twitch statistics from 2 years ago, there's on average 2,000 people watching RimWorld and about 25 to 30 people streaming at any given time. When the game came out, between... Oh, okay, gotcha. I know who Joppa was. Gotcha. Cool. I didn't realize they changed their name. Anyway, because when you were saying that Rose was running Armok Vision, I got confused because I was like, I thought Joppa. Anyway, fair enough. But anyway, and then when they released 1.0 and then the DLC, the number of people watching / streaming RimWorld went from 2,000 to about 5,000 watching and about 70 people streaming at any given time for a while, like a couple months. Then the number of people watching went back down to 2,000, but the number of people streaming stayed up closer to 60. So everybody who used to stream a lot of RimWorld now does worse on RimWorld, except for a few specific people who are really popular. So everybody who streams RimWorld now has a harder time. And it's funny because I see newer streamers now trying to get into RimWorld going like, man, it's hard to grow in RimWorld. It's like, yeah, because there's literally more streamers than people watching now. And I'm worried that that's going to happen to DF. Because I love being in a category where I see people pop up, get into the hobby of streaming, and then start to grow and do well. And almost everybody does. So we've had 2 brand new migrants, Aloth and Dastot. Dastot was born in year 1. Yo! And they're married! Excellent. When was Aloth born? 74 and was born in 11. Our first non-homegrown dwarves that were not born before time. So I need to put 2 names into this, right? We have Aloth and Dastot. So I'm going to throw, just for history's sake, and I'm going to play favorites here. We're throwing Seth in. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes porcelain, aluminum, cherry opal, green glass, and giant gray langer leather, which means we're going to make you into a weapon smith, glass maker, and a leather worker, which I'm just going to do real quick. Wasn't someone from the Zions streaming DF like most of the time? You're thinking of Joel, Verge Skelter. I wouldn't, he's never streamed DF all the time. There was a spat for about a month, like 3 years ago, where he streamed it almost every day for like a week. That's about it. So a lot of people immediately bring him up when they think of the biggest streamers. Sacriel streamed DF like 3 times. I actually was in my chat for a few days asking a lot of questions too. That was cool to see. But anyway, I should read this. He is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. Also, chat, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 100 if you would like to join this fort in its current state. Pick a number between 1 and 100. He has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He has a greedy streak, and he's quite ambitious. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he interrupts others during conversations. When he's annoyed, he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Also, you're going to be Seth's wife. I should clarify that. And because the number I was thinking of is 72, welcome to the fort. Trash battery. You literally nailed it. 72. So your husband is Seth. And your deity is the Fuchsia, very popular god. We have a temple for them. The god of persuasion and speech. You are a bone carver by trade, and personally you find the idea of friendship burdensome. You don't see cooperation as valuable, and you don't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and you dream of crafting a masterwork someday. You are very polite. You observe the appropriate rules of decorum, and when possible, she likes to present herself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. You try to keep your things orderly, and you're not inherently proud of your talents and accomplishments. You tend to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and you try to do things correctly each time. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and isn't given to flights of fancy. She exhales sharply when she's angry, and when she's thinking, her body becomes very still, and she now needs alcohol to get through the working day. To the happy couple, clap. You like silver, moonstone, crystal glass, backpacks, and cavies for their 3 toes. All right, so we're gonna give you like glass. I'll give you mechanics and clothes making and glass making, and I'll also give you stoneworking. Can I make you a jeweler? I can give you that task, but we don't do a lot of jeweling. Your dwarf really likes glass, so I gave you glass making. You're a jeweler in real life? Really? Fascinating. Glassmaking is pretty close to jeweling, and Eternal has begun a mysterious construction. So Eternal went and claimed a mason shop and has grabbed rough sards, kangaroo buck bone, single cut prace opals, rough sards, iron bars, billen bars, silver bars, mudstone, granite. Hopefully you make something cool. I wanted to get into making glasses lenses when I was younger, for a bit there. Then I learned it was an industry that was more or less getting automated out of existence, so I decided to not. I kind of had this habit of every single industry I've wanted to get into, and I forgot to trade with the elves again. Whoops. Every single industry I've wanted to get into. Ooh, new Mitch Murder. A single? Yes, it's a single. New free Mitch Murder music over on Mitch Murder's Bandcamp. Yeah, I most of the jobs I've wanted to do over my years have ceased to exist. Who designs high-powered lenses? Oh, like for cameras and like magnifying lenses? Type deal? Eternal the Miner has created Thurlethin Niton, a granite throne, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Apostle. Pillar cult. The first apostle, who died shortly after becoming an adult due to going totally insane. I wonder what the relation is. Eternal. What is your relation to Apostle? Was your father? Interesting. Made a throne and dedicated it their father. Worth 54,000. You managed some servers for a company that made lenses for massive telescopes and industrial lasers. That is kind of cool. Yeah, no, the first industry I really wanted to get into was I wanted to fly planes. I wanted to be a commercial pilot. And then I was told that I was legally blind. So that didn't go very well. Then I wanted to get into radio and work either in hosting or the back end of radio, because I really like FM/AM radio. And that industry is shrinking and becoming more and more obsolete as the years go by. So that kind of just went out the window. And then I wanted to make glasses lenses. And that industry is very much getting automated to a point where it fell out of my interest range. Yeah, and then I wanted to go into like pursue music and try and get into like scoring and soundtracking and effects and stuff like that. And then I got scared away by the cost of school and the lack of jobs. And then I worked at McDonald's for eight years. Yeah, I basically kind of ended up back in the radio industry, sort of. This is a granite throne. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with baguette-cut sards and studded with billonet, encircled with bands of round mudstone cabochons. Ew, you had to choose mudstone to make this. And square-cut sards. This object is adorned with hanging rings of kangaroo bone and menaces with spikes of mudstone and iron. On the item is an image of two dwarves in granite. On the item is an image of Eresh Whipcrude, the dwarf, and dwarves in silver. Eresh Whipcrude is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Eresh Whipcrude to the position of Baron of the Ignited Creation in the mid-autumn of 5. On the item is an image of a thread in praise opal. Or whatever, being completely incompetent at it compared to the actual streamers. You know what is, I've talked about this before, but one of my favorite indirect comments or compliments that I've got, oops, wrong button, that I've gotten during the pandemic is I'm a big fan of Giant Bomb. I've watched Giant Bomb, listened to Giant Bomb podcasts, and read articles and reviews on their website since 2008, which is roughly when they launched. And I really, really like the stuff they do. They were kind of streaming before Twitch. They were streaming through their own tech to their own website using their own servers in 2007. And so they kind of pioneered this shit in a lot of ways. They were kind of ahead of their time, I guess. And they are very good at it. And they do more of like a TV talk show style of things normally. They have like sets and stuff, and they will like, they have couches and a whole area with cameras, multiple cameras at different angles. And they stream video games and talk over video games and do commentary and playthroughs and stuff, as well as like live first impressions and shit. And they pioneered a lot of that stuff, right? But I kind of do. I podcast as a hobby. Exclamation point podcasts, or podcast in the chat, or ATVD more specifically. I have 2 podcasts. Technically 3, but one of them's on perma hiatus and kind of not really available online right now. But anyway, they used to always kind of sideways talk shit about content creators. Giant Bomb would, because it was very much they're kind of coming into our industry. You know, they're not professional. There's no like skill requirement. And there was always like kind of a lot of almost sideways insults coming from them. And I always felt mildly offended, you know, like, especially when I started creating content and streaming and because it started off as a hobby for me, and it slowly over time started to look like it might be viable as a job, and eventually became viable. And I always felt kind of saddened when people that I respect in this industry would say things like, oh, you know, those content creators, like, you know, they kind of shouldn't be doing that. They shouldn't be given this much power. They shouldn't be given this much credit. You know, this is kind of our space there. And, you know, I can't really fault them, which is why I never really got upset about it, because, like, you know, it's sort of like somebody works on an assembly line being mad at robots for automating the process, right? You know, guys in their house or girls in their house just sitting at a computer talking to a microphone, taking over an industry that they more or less pioneered is scary, right? And sucks. And nobody likes to see that happen, especially if they're less professional and have less morals, right? By less morals, I mean, like, you know, not disclosing sponsorships and shit like they did initially. And ever since the pandemic, I've heard they've had a lot of really sideways compliments, like, you know, like, running a stream from your house is hard. One of the podcast hosts, Brad, once said that he's now endlessly impressed by how teenagers run professional quality broadcasts from their house every single day for 8 hours straight, whereas, like, they have a hard time streaming for an hour and a half by themselves and being entertaining. It's kind of like, you get it now? Respect the shit that we do now? You know, anyway, I'm hungry. That artifact is done and the dwarves are dancing. Everything seems calm. What time of year is it? It's late spring. I'm gonna take 5 and do my injections and whatnot, and get me sandwich. So I will be back in a couple of minutes. I have been streaming for 5 hours without a break, so I'm gonna go stretch my legs too, so I'll be a couple minutes. Also with radio tech is fun for RC, planes, drones. I have no interest in that side of things. I have a radio with a long distance antenna that goes up my wall and around the ceiling of my apartment. And I can listen to radio from all across North America, and it's a lot of fun. But I will be back in a couple of minutes. As they say, don't go anywhere. But if you really want to, I'll see you later. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Oh, also, could I get a round of beers? And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them. BRB.
from start to finish with the 2020 Lincoln Corsair.
I sit down just in time to stop the ad. Perfect. All right, why is there a combat line? A marmot was fighting with a dog. Oh no. Hey, Lore. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, another kind of funny thing that I saw happen since the pandemic started was a streamer who I enjoy watching, and I have watched for many years, as on Twitch and YouTube, aka Mike B. He's a professional model photographer, so he takes pictures of models. He's a licensed musician, so he has a he's on a label for his music, or at least was at one point. I'm not sure if he still is. And he streams, right? So he does Twitch content. He writes music, and he does photography. So he has like the nicest audio equipment of any streamer I've ever seen. He has some of the nicest cameras and like amazing lighting because he has all the photography equipment. And like everything about the quality of his stream is like borderline unmatched. It's fucking incredible. And he was tweeting, and he tweeted out a picture of his son sitting in his streamer setup and saying, I wonder who has easily the nicest camera at school from home. And his like little kid son's just sitting in like what looks like a film set with perfect lighting and like this big ass microphone that's twice the size of him. It was just way too funny. Also, did someone go to jail? What happened? No one went to jail. We're fine. Weevil, what's up? Thank you very much. Also, can I just say, talk about like living the dream. You take pictures of beautiful people with almost no clothing on, or no clothing on for a living, writing music, and playing video games on the internet. Like, could you ask for a cooler set of 3 jobs? We'll see you later, Brander. Thanks for hanging out, man. Do I have any nice blocks? Thought I did. There they are. What job are we talking about? Oh, just a streamer, content creator person on the internet that I know. AKA Mike B. He's kind of like me, where he has a small but incredibly dedicated little group of people that keep him doing this full time. Well, working 3 jobs, but he handles 2 different Patreons. He's one of those people who is like genuinely concerned sometimes that he's accidentally going to open up the wrong tab on his computer and just flash a picture of a naked person. And he's the only person I know who's had his wife walk in and get upset with him that he was playing video games with his friends and not staring at pictures of naked people because he had work to be doing. Which is funny. But yeah, I lurk in his streams in the evenings. He's super chill. Here, I can shut him out. Although you have to like really dig. Oh, he's hosting me too. You have to dig to find his the modeling photography that he does, because it's like not linked to anywhere on Twitch, because you can't post about that stuff on Twitch, because it's way too easy to be serving adult material to minors through Twitch. There was a a controversy a number of years ago where, and I'm surprised this doesn't happen more, actually, where there was a streamer named Miss Violence who did modeling on the side, and her subscribers on Twitch got access to her whole portfolio of images, right? Which is technically using Twitch to distribute softcore pornography. And those weren't even fully nude, and she got removed from the site for, I think it was 30 days. It wasn't major, but it was still enough that everybody's kind of like, oh, you gotta be careful with that shit. And now I'm just surprised that that doesn't happen every 10 days, or not even multiple times a day. Probably does, and we just don't even think about it. Yeah, well, you're not selling it, right? Also, I'm sure it doesn't have any of the nudes. It's different if you're selling it or just linking to something. Me, OnlyFans? I've talked about this before. I've genuinely considered making an OnlyFans for pictures of food and my plants. Because people on Twitter get annoyed at me sometimes for spamming up pictures of food, so I've kind of stopped. But then again, it would mostly just be taking the piss, you know? It wouldn't, like, actually be a serious thing. And then I'd just be, might as well just put it on Patreon at that point. You have a good night, Ghost. Sorry, mouth was full of apple. I figured out why I was stupid hungry. Is because my blood sugar was a little bit on the low side, not dangerously low or anything. I was still within safe route, but like, I need to push the blood sugar up by a couple marks. Because I am a little bit on the low side. For reference, if anybody's wondering, I was at 4.1. If I go below 3, that's low, and that's where it starts getting unhealthy / dangerous. When I woke up in the middle of the night last night, I was at 2.7, which is very low. I don't know why, but I was, apparently. With a couple of Mars. I mean, a Mars bar would make me go from low to high. But I mean, I could also just eat normal bread and it would taste better. I should make an OnlyFans of Slot and then only post pictures of 2 dwarves in the same room. I'm still wondering how they're gonna deal with dwarven nudity, though. While we're talking about naked people, I'm still wondering how they're gonna deal with that in the Steam version. Because, like, I know that there was that one picture posted that was immediately photoshopped into a dwarf with no pants on, but, like, how are they gonna deal with that? Like, are we gonna have dwarven dangly bits? What are we gonna get when black bars? Just big censored. Yeah, they're just all smooth, you know? Well, I mean, for the male dwarves, it's easy. Just make the beard long enough that it covers the problem. Maybe a loincloth? They're not naked then, because loincloth is a clothing piece that they could be wearing. Dwarves can't make loincloths, but there are loincloths in Dwarf Fortress that they can wear. I mean, you could do that in a setting, but that's not the default, so they need to accommodate the default. They could do the Sims thing where it's just like... Where it's just blurry, I guess. Just a bunch of pixels. Then it would just be Japanese nudity. I don't know. I'm actually mildly curious about when that blog post happens. Just like I'm mildly curious about when the violence blog post happens. Well, I mean, I guess we already had entrails. I just want to see heads sailing off in an arc. That's the one thing that I truly want to see animated. Like, a lot of people are just like, I want smooth moving dwarves. I'm like, no, I just want to see, like, the tile by tile animation of the head sailing off and skidding around on the floor, spraying blood splatter everywhere. I'm waiting for that gif. Pixelated, except more pixels? Sure. Ask him next interview. I mean, I think his response would probably be laugh, and then we'll tackle that when we get to that. Although we might know by next interview. Why can't I find nice? This is not nice. I mean, there's nice. I need nice blocks. Budget. It's what I have a lot of, so I'm using it trash. Hello, Boris. I'm just consuming lunch, so don't mind my sandwich. True Leveler, how you been? Thanks for the raid, man. So I'm eating a sandwich. What are you playing today? Hello, sailing enthusiast and battleship. Relics. Relics? What's up, guys? That is true. Can't deny that. Playing Surviving the Aftermath? How is that game these days? I hated the original version. Or like the first early access version. I thought it was real bad. But I'm sure they've been working on it. It was just way too early when I played it. You actually have ships in the game? In this game? No? Okay, see, I've never really gotten heavily into EVE Online, so that would be why. In some radioactive goodness. Yeah. There is a lot of radioactivity in that game. Although post-apocalypse games are too close to reality now, for me. You only just got it. Seems alright. Bit choppy. Yeah, I don't know. I felt that when I played it, like, I don't want to just talk smack about the game that you were just playing. I hope that you had fun. But when I played it, it felt like it wasn't really doing anything super unique for the genre of, like, town builder. Like, I feel like it was an interesting game that was, like, didn't really have an identity of its own, at least at the time. And I kind of felt like there was already other town builders that were doing that better. Okay, still just gate nerd. I do like the name of your colony, though. Kaza Dumb. I mean, Banished is like kind of the OG one, right? And Banished was kind of the first game to really bring that genre back from the grave, because that genre was more or less just dead and gone, right? My problem with Banished is I just got really bored of it. The game that kind of is doing that genre well in the post-apocalypse thing that I've played is Endzone: A World Apart, which again only has mostly positive reviews, but this game does some neat things, and I personally feel is at least when I played it was a lot more polished than Surviving the Aftermath. But Surviving the Aftermath has also had like a year of development since I last played it, so what do I know? Yeah, Banished is pretty. Banished has like 15 hours, had about 15 hours of gameplay for me, and then I just got bored. Yeah, and the developer just kind of embraced the modding instead of like adding stuff to the game. The developer just made it more moddable and more moddable and more moddable, right? Boo! That's all I'm gonna say, Clino. All right, modders, we need to fix the non-removable underclothing and replace it with little sensor bars. Okay, modders, can we fix this? What the fuck is the caravan? It's a human caravan. Yeah, I tend to agree. Picture point. Just go to a Costco. That'll give you all of the post-apocalypse stuff. It's a lot of caravan. That's what happens when you give them a lot of stuff. Earlier in this fort, they were sending, or two different factions were sending caravans at the same time, both with like 8 or so wagons. This fortress is Longdeath. The goal of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years in game time, which means we're 8% done. And this is the 30th time I've streamed it. So it starts all the way up here, where we have this little tower with bees. This is kind of the top of the wall. Then we have this creek, which we turned into a natural aquifer. 1,000 years, yes. We're on year 80? Yeah, year 80. The pit has an artificial waterfall in the middle. There's some constructions at the bottom of the pit. Bottom right's our prison, and some wood storage. Wood storage in the middle. We got not a library underneath the top left building, which with the brown floor. The top left building's our Craft Dwarfs Guild, and right next to it we have our Stoneworkers Guild. Beneath that we have our library and hospital, respectively. Trading in the middle. Bedrooms around the outside. Underneath you can see our well, iron bar storage, and then the basement suites for some of the bedrooms, as well as our main temple. Down beneath that we have our terracotta army, which is made with lead ore that we don't have anything else to do with because I have more lead than I know what to do with. So whenever I realize that I have like 1,000 lead, I just queue up like 50 statues. As well as the history of our fortress up in the kind of top center area of this. That weird like turny building thing is every single one of our expedition leaders and mayors and royalty statues and dwarves that do very, very memorable things. And then down here we have our playtime. We have a maze that I released 2 Ettins and a Cyclops into, at which point the Ettins proceeded to pin the Cyclops to the ground and beat the ever-living fuck out of his face for about, I don't know, a month in game time, until finally his face caved in. Although not before the Cyclops bit the toe off of one of the Ettins and the finger of the other Ettin so badly that finger is making that Ettin still, to this day, incapable of walking. And then down beneath that, we have, and hopefully we'll be able to catch more big creatures and do that again. Down here, we have, what's this? Yeah, I'm a much bigger fan of that. I'm much more into that. That's way funnier to me than just like perma unremovable clothing. Anyway, then down here, we have our area that was fully flooded at one point because I was doing water shenanigans. But we have that little room right there, which is enough space and food to feed and house all of our dwarves for infinity because I have seeds underneath it in that little water area and a temple. So they could actually live there forever in case of emergency. And then obviously, we could dig through the floor and build a new fort if bad things happen. And this is the drain for our artificial waterfall, which shuts off every winter. That's the Fortress of Longdeath. I've been here a while. All of the VODs are up on my YouTube channel, and I haven't traded with these guys yet, and they're about to leave. So, let's see if I can get my trader over here real quick. There we are. Once you're self-sustaining, that's why I built Massive Maze. That's why I built a tower for bees. That's why I built an artificial waterfall. I'm also getting to know my dwarves really, 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 really well. And has the king moved in yet? I don't have enough dwarves. In order to have the king move in, you need over 160 dwarves. I only have 40, so 45. So we will never have a king. That being said, I do have a wizard because one dwarf wrote a book written a wizard's guide to pulleys, and that dwarf was my mayor at the time. And I assumed that because the dwarf wrote a book entitled "A Wizard's Guide to" thing, that dwarf self-identified as a mayor. So that my mayor self-identified as a wizard. So we renamed him from mayor to wizard. Unless one of my dwarves inherits monarchy, yes. But the king is currently locked in eternal combat with this one goblin fortress. He's been leading his army there every year as long as we've been here. And I have a feeling he doesn't intend to stop anytime soon. You sound excited, Anander. I mean, it's fine. My streams end up being kind of interactive podcasts anyways. It's mostly just me talking shit over chat, so... Tis what it is. I need to do another round of clothes. I meant to do 50, but that's fine. Glove. And then I will sell all of the clothing that we have after all this is done. I did mittens twice. I think that's everything. Vest. That's the one I'm missing. But how you doing today, Anander? It's good to see you, man. But yeah, no, we've been streaming for 5 hours, and 3.5 of that's been this fort. So we've been at this fort today for 3.5 hours. I think we'll probably go for like another 2 hours or so on this fort today, and then I don't know what we'll do for after hours. Maybe more fear. I'd like to continue fear. Because fear is kind of fantastic, frankly. Oh, also, I have become a humble sock seller. So if you would like to buy merchandise, because enough people have bothered me to make merchandise, I assume. I don't feel bad, so yeah. Enough people have bothered me to make merchandise that I went and made bloody merchandise, so go buy socks or something. I have stickers, socks, t-shirts, a bag. Or at the very least, tell me that those socks look cool. It is indeed, which is why I am become humble sock sellers. Actually, that's not true. Calling corpses is the #1 cause of tantrum spirals, but don't tell anybody. You can't recover of the not safe for work version of the new Dwarf. I've seen that one. I've seen that one. And you know what? I fully support the not safe for work version of nudist dwarves because it's fucking funny. Apparently I ran out of cloth way faster than I thought I was. So I'm just gonna turn that off. So my captain of the Eternal Guard is gone. So I'm going to promote Cheers Jamie, I think, to this job. Because Cheers Jamie's been a very good soldier in the military. I mean, there's make people butt-ass naked in Skyrim on the workshop, so I don't think so. Maybe? Probably? I think it depends on what it is. Besides, I personally wouldn't download a fully nude mod for dwarves. That being said, I would absolutely download a weird, blurry, white, or section of their mid section, which I think would just be funny. You bet your rear that I would totally download something like that. Nude dwarf mod and stream it. I could think of several games that have fully nude characters in it that were Twitch safe. Yeah. The Sims censor mod. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now I want to make a video about dwarven nudity. I'll bet you that video would do real well. No, exactly. Yeah. I mean, hold on. What's the name of that game? Yeah, 1 Hour, 1 Life has you start off as a completely naked baby. And it's super cartoony. Like, Twitch and Steam don't care as long as it's cartoony, if that makes sense. And that game was super popular on Twitch for a minute. And half the time you're running around with butt-ass naked. Just like googly eyes? Yes. And then someone should make a mod that's just extremely long censor bars. Just as a joke. You have dwarves running around with like just a censor bar dragging behind them. Actually, someone needs to make like a kid-safe mod for Dwarf Fortress. So instead of like punching things and blood coming out and bits and pieces coming out, candy comes out. candy and rainbow colors. Oh yeah, Papers, Please has like full frontal nudity, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure that game straight up just has full frontal nudity in it, doesn't it? You loved playing that? Oh, I hate that game, but I was just posting that as an example of games that were big on Twitch that... No, it does... What's on Steam doesn't matter, Avenue Philanthropist. What matters is what's allowed on Twitch in this discussion, I think. I don't... And what you're allowed to put on the workshop. I don't know about the workshop. It's depressive communist nudity, so it gets a pass. I mean, isn't that what Dwarf Fortress is? Like, let's be honest here. I mean, last I checked, none of these dwarves are getting paid for their labor. I love that this dwarf just refuses to walk with crutches. Totally fine, but unable to walk. Wait, are you saying that if I vote communist, that I get free beer? All right, I voted for the wrong people this year. My province has a communist party, so I could have voted communist. Instead, I voted almost communist, which is the other party. Kid-friendly DF, and they all lived happily ever after in the belly of the monster. I enjoyed watching that game. Didn't enjoy playing it. But then again, I feel that way about quite a few games, actually. We're like, oh, I really enjoy playing, or I really enjoy watching this, but I do not enjoy playing this. Man, we're at 80 years. Should probably make... Do I have a dwarf that needs a job? I got plenty of weavers, but I don't have enough plant processors. It's far darker than seeing someone's dick. I mean, you underestimate how prudish the Americas are. Canada's getting better, but large portions of the states are upsettingly prudish and afraid of their own bodies. More specifically, the older generations, but it's seeing a picture of a penis is the scariest thing in existence, frankly. Or God forbid you show a boobie. Speaking of penis, how you doing, Arch? It's good. What's up, man? Just, you know, totally average day. Blood, gore, violence, and explosions. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, that's why, like, you know, you'll see a movie where, like, people get, like, a spike through the side of their head, but, like, oh my God, there's a titty in that movie? Rated R. Also, the humans have arrived with a tribute. What a thing to wake up to. I mean, it's a perfectly normal thing to wake up to in my world. Sorry, it's just that. Ugh. I'm rethinking my D emote now. So let's see what they brought us this year. Wow. They brought us a silver spear and a copper shield? Damn. 2 copper high boots, 1 cherry wood splint, 5 red spinach leaves, 1 bronze spike, 1 silty clay, 1 hemp hood, 1 fire opal, 1 cherry wood training spear, 1 numbable parchment sheet, 1 silver spear, 1 copper shield, 5 strawberries, 1 bronze cap, 1 pear wood splint, 1 oaken training spear, 2 hemp bags, 25 finger mullet beer, 1 walnut barrel, probably with the beer in it, 1 turkey leather bag, 5 cow cheese, and 5 sheep cheese. It's all Warhammer, it's all been. That would be why that reference went way over my head. Since that's the internal part. You know, you make a very valid point, CCX. Meanwhile, CCX is like, excuse me, anatomy. And I'm still convinced that that's like a brand of cars somewhere, Stone. I like that my war dog, who lives up on the wall up here, is just fighting with marmots constantly. So this war dog lives up here to spot any scary thing. Yeah, exactly, right? This dog lives up here next to these fortifications to spot any potential bad things coming in to try and fight us. And generally what actually happens here is it just fights with marmots all the time. Somehow marmots get up on the walls and then just fight with my poor war dog. Anyway, to those of you who've stuck around for the raid, welcome to my streams. It's always like this. This isn't weird or out of the ordinary in the slightest. I play a lot of Dwarf Fortress and other games that I'm interested in. I mean, dog finds its food. Marmot. No. The Mormons got into an intergalactic spaceship and flew to another galaxy years ago. Don't worry about it. Unfortunately, the first one that they made got shot into the sun, but that's a different story. Or they tried to shoot it in the sun and then didn't shoot it into the sun and they made it into a spaceship. And I should stop spoiling The Expanse. Great TV show. You should watch The Expanse. It has Mormons in space. What more do you want? Or read the books, either or. Where can you sign up to be a Mormon? I'm pretty sure somebody can help you with that if you... I'm wondering if/when we'll get another season of The Expanse. Yeah, we were talking about Etten genitals before you guys got here. And Etten breeding and whether or not it's popular. Or not popular. Possible. Wrong word with a P. Yeah. I'm thinking about a popular TV show which I like, and also Etten genitals. I can only go so many places at once. That is true, especially among rabbits. We don't have enough good hard sci-fi. You know, there isn't enough good hard science fiction. Like, every single time a science fiction show pops up, I watch, like, an episode or two of it and go, nope. I can't suspend my disbelief this much. Although my favorite comment about any hard sci-fi was Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about Gravity, the movie Gravity, because they were just like, he was just like watching it to like point out all of the incorrect things in that film that aren't real. And the first thing he does, looks at the opening sequence and says, well, the Earth is spinning backwards. Because the opening sequence of that movie is just the Earth spinning, right? It's spinning backwards. The reason we were talking about breeding Ettins is I have 2 Ettins, but they're both male. So I want a female Ettin so we can make baby Ettins. Yes. That is what that was. Battleship. Also, the dwarves are here to trade again? Is it really that time of year again? Holy shit. I feel like we just traded with them. The year flew by. That actually is a really, really, really big trade caravan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wagons. But yeah, on this channel, we play a lot of Dwarf Fortress. I really like traditional roguelikes, and occasionally I play through other games that I'm interested in. For example, I'm currently halfway through, approximately, a playthrough of Fear 1. Partially because it's Halloween, and partially because that game turned 15 3 days ago. Which is wild to me. Fear 1 is 15 years old. Like, holy shit. Like, that's just fucked. Fucked and wild to me. That game is not fit. That game... That game is 15 years old. And so many kids probably don't even know that it exists. Such a good game. It's been a fun playthrough so far. I played it in, I want to say like 09, 2010-ish. So about 10 years ago I played it last. I didn't have a computer that could run it at the time. But it's been a blast to stream. Asteth, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world infos. I'm really curious about how they're going to do these screens in the Steam version. What requests do you have of our merchants? All this. All of the wood, please. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Chat, what's a game that is from like 15 or so years ago that you remember being like, wow, graphics are never going to be better than this? Like, the first time that you looked at a video game and thought, oh my god, video games are never going to look more realistic than this. Because to me, I think that was probably Fear. That was the first time I looked at a video game and went, fuck, video games are never going to look better than this. Final Fantasy, Oblivion. I could see that with... Actually, no. Either Fear or Resident Evil 4. Resi 4. Resi 4. Because, like, Leon, you could see his individual hairs. I mean, for me, it's like 15 years ago, but year doesn't matter. When was 12? I don't know. Good question. The only Final Fantasy I've ever actually played through to the end was Final Fantasy on the Game Boy. Because it was the only game I had on the Game Boy. NetHack. Upon using tiles for the first time. Really, Sasspot? What year was that? Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your craft store ship. What do they actually want me to sell them? Battle axes, powders, pure lash, large gems, figurines, paired meals. They really want musical instruments. I could do that. Squog, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. All right, let's give you some musical instruments. I got a bunch of those that I don't need. 2 specifically. Dear YouTube, please stop putting ads in the middle of videos. Put them at the beginning and the end and stop being twits. Yeah, twits. No, I'm not going to use MailChimp. Jesus Christ. Shadow of the Colossus? Yeah, that's fucking beautiful game. Shadow of the Colossus still looks good, though. GTA 5 looked all right. GTA 5 was a beautiful game that I don't think aged that. I don't think any of the Grand Theft Autos aged particularly well. And I already kind of visually feel that way about kind of almost every Rockstar game. Even like Red Dead Redemption, there's like some textures in that game where I'm like, that doesn't look that good. Red Dead Redemption has a style to it where in motion it looks beautiful, but if you like slow it down and like zoom in on a specific texture, it's like, I don't know. Don't run too fast and hit your knee. We'll see you later, Great Padinsky. By the way, if you guys don't know, the Great Padinsky also streams the Dwarven Fortresses. Bum, 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 bum. You've never really been into high-end graphics? I had a brief stint where I really liked high-end graphics. You know, like the whole, I think it was actually like 2007. All of the Can It Run Crisis memes, you know? Just don't break it, whatever you do. And other people need it. You know what I mean? Like, I think that most people my age were probably heavily into graphics in like 2007. But as somebody who sat down and actually played through the first 3 levels of Crisis, not remastered, like OG Crisis, like 2 months ago, that game still looks beautiful. Like OG Crisis still looks good. And still does like tree tech better. They aren't leaving, are they? No, okay, they just fought some buzzards. And they still do tree tech better than like modern FPS games. I'm gonna murder a bunch of puppies. Not the piglets, though. Just the puppies. What are we stabbing, Buffett? I mean, obviously we're stabbing puppies, but what are you stabbing? Good to see you, Buffett. Hope you're doing well. Because you were thinking about Grand Theft Auto, probably? Yeah. Oh, I sold them a a named instrument. Oops. Didn't realize that was an artifact. My bad. Well, I guess they'll like it. Because you didn't have a computer until recently? Were you a console person, stupid? Yeah, I don't know. I still think that there's some parts of original Crisis that visually still looks better today than... You need to be gelded. Than, like, anything else that's come out since. Holy crap, that's a lot of marmots. Why do I have so many marmots? I guess they all got caught in traps. Yes. Battleship. Like, there was, like... If you had a brand new top-of-the-line computer at max settings, you could run Crysis at, like... I want to say it was, like, sub 30 frames a second. And that was, like, kind of the whole selling point of it. In many ways. Gate nerd threw a tantrum and then immediately went to bed, so it's not an issue. You would count consoles? So you didn't buy games because they had good graphics on console? Because that's interesting. There's a hole in the ground right here. For graphics specifically? Interesting. Because I feel like that's like a large portion of the marketing for a lot of console releases is, look at the sweat coming out of these football players. Oh my God. You can see individual pores dripping little driblets of liquid. Also buy these card packs. I'm not talking, I don't know what game I could possibly be talking about. What new features did you add to the game? Well, you see the sweat running down that man's back? Yes, it's disgusting. Well, we added that. Now you have that. Thank us. Buy more card packs. Although realistically, I think for me, the first time I thought, man, video games will never look better than this, was actually probably World of Warcraft. And that was like footage of World of Warcraft. I remember seeing like a trailer of World of Warcraft and being blown away by it. I don't even know why I was so blown away by World of Warcraft. Like, even for its time, it didn't look that good. I think it was just like the concept that so many people were in one area and so many things were exploding. Just like number of things on screen more than anything. And then my older sister got into World of Warcraft and she was playing it on a netbook that had like onboard graphics and shit. And she, in fights, she'd get like sub 5 frames a second. And I remember like trying to convince her, because she had a full-time job at the time. I was like, you really should just buy a better computer for this. And she was trying to convince me that like, no, it was fine. Like her laptop worked just fine and she didn't need to play it at a higher frame rate. And what I did was I just installed World of Warcraft on my computer, which at the time was like, I think running a 560 Ti or something. And some like i5 core. And of course, you know, because World of Warcraft ran amazing on anything that was like medium tier hardware. She played it on my computer for about 40 minutes and the next day had a laptop. The MMO-ness, yeah, exactly. Like, the next day, she went out and bought a new laptop. It was way too funny to me. It was like, within a couple of days, she bought a new laptop. Ironically, my older sister actually met her husband on World of Warcraft in an RP server. which is ironic and funny to me because she used to always make fun of me. I cannot find nice blocks in here at all. I find there's nice up there, but they're there. She would always make fun of me for being into video games. She went and met her husband on WoW. I was the weird nerdy kid for being way into video games. 'Cause I was really the only one of me and my two sisters. I was the only one who was heavily into video games when I was younger. And now my little sister plays League of Legends, and my older sister plays, I think Final Fantasy is the MMO she plays now with her husband, as well as a bunch of RPGs. And I got my older sister to play enough Dwarf Fortress to learn how to generate worlds and read history, and now they use it for D&D. They will generate a world and base locations and names and print out the maps and trace them and use the map generator to generate their maps for D&D. Which is kind of a really neat way to use DF, in my opinion. You know a fair few people who met their significant others through WoW? I mean, this is like a weird thing like that I was talking about with a friend of mine recently, where as a streamer, as a content creator, it's very, very difficult to date outside of this industry because it's very much a lifestyle industry. So your significant other either A, needs to be familiar with it, or B, be into watching it, or C, stream themselves in order for it to work. I know a very small handful of streamers where like their significant others are like not even remotely interested where it works, but generally it's like, yeah, they're either A, in the chat all the time, or B, streamers themselves. It's better than using RP software for sure. I know nothing about how RP software works, so. But I am inclined to agree. But like my older sister plays MMOs as like an RP thing. Like they play on the RP servers. Really? I feel like, I guess so, yeah. And I guess it would end up being expensive kind of for the same reason that like Train Simulator is expensive, right? Because it's probably not that big of a market, right? Like when you're talking about specialized software like that, I guess that makes sense. Like any kind of very specific small market software is going to end up being expensive. The base software is not expensive, but when you start adding on the ones you want is when the dollars add up. Yeah. I mean, Train Simulator is not expensive. It's the DLC that's expensive, right? Merchants will be leaving soon, but we already traded with them, so it's fine. Stray puppy has been slaughtered. Excellent. Either expensive or free because someone made it for themselves. Yeah, I mean, yeah, then generally there's always like going to be the open source options, right? But that's still not free. That's just someone chose to not sell it. But they probably could, right? Like, I've probably spent more on Dwarf Fortress now than most games I've ever played. Dwarf Fortress is a free game because I give them $5 a month. I'm thinking about upping it to 10 because, like, realistically, I make a living playing this game. So I should up it to 10. But I, like... Yay, the socks are done. A bunch of our clothing is done. Sweet. But yeah, no, because I make money playing this game, I help fund this game as best I can, right? So I don't know why I fidget with this lighter. I shouldn't have this on my desk. It makes me reminds me of concerts. Gives me the warm and fuzzies or the hot and burnies, whatever you prefer. And hey, Squog. Tickles my beard. I don't really have a beard. I got a little bit of stubble, but I'm gonna shave today or tomorrow. Maybe the day after. I don't know. I intend on buying the Steam release too. Probably multiple times. We'll see you later, Avenue Philanthropist. Thanks for hanging out. Cheers, friend. It was fun. Unless they give me a key for it, but I'll probably still buy it. Do I have a streaming schedule for DF? Well, I stream every single day of the week except for Fridays. Well, although sometimes I stream on Fridays anyways. I start my stream at 9 a.m. Pacific, but sometimes earlier. And I stream until I drop. The first hour and a half-ish of my streams, I play music on my record player and talk about random shit. And then after that, which I think you were here for, and then after that, I usually play Dwarf Fortress. I don't have a strict schedule for specific games. If I just decide to not play a game that day, or if I'm not feeling like playing Dwarf Fortress, I'll just play something else. But generally, it's Dwarf Fortress most days of the week. I mean, that's just my streams anyway. But if I'm not playing DF, I'll pick another main game. And my rotation currently of main games is... it generally ends up being DF. But my rotation of main games right now is Caves of Cud, Jupiter Hell, Dwarf Fortress, and then I also have evening games. So once I've streamed a game for like 4 to 6 hours, I will usually switch games to something else. The evening games I'm playing right now are Brogue, Lost Flame, Fear. I need to finish playing through why am I blanking on words? Stalker. English is hard today. Stalker Call of Pripyat, which I started. Brigador as well is another evening game. It's coming Monday, because they're patching it. But I did that Sunday. I did a full day of Jupiter Hell, but this coming Monday will be Jupiter Hell. Because that's when their next update's out. And Epion owes me an achievement. So, yeah. Which is going to be called Blind Luck. Because we made a bet. Basically, I was trying to do Swordmaster runs, which is a secret boss who's way harder than the final boss, and get to the end of the game, which is only really doable on one specific build. And halfway through the run, I managed to get down to 1 HP. And so he's adding an achievement, which is if you get to 1 HP, recover, and then manage to get to the end of the game and beat the final boss, you'll get an achievement called Blind Luck. which is getting added to the game. RimWorld for the hot seat. I only stream RimWorld for events, but I would not say that I stream RimWorld anymore. Please don't say that I stream RimWorld, because I really haven't streamed RimWorld in a very long time. And kind of won't do it of my own accord. And I don't think we'll be doing any hot seats anytime soon. So I'll play it for the Hot Potato Charity Marathon when that happens again. But that's about it. I've just literally done everything there is to do in RimWorld, and none of the mods really interest me. So, Anander, please don't tell people I stream that game, because then it'll give them the wrong idea, because I literally will be streaming it like maybe once a year for 4 hours. Keep that in mind. It's all good, Anander. It's just an inaccurate description of my stream these days. Yeah, I know. That is the most repulsive concept I've ever thought of, though. I don't want other people in my goddamn game. Next, you're gonna tell me that there's a Twitch integration mod, which is literally the reason I stopped playing it. Anyway, I don't want to have this discussion. I've talked too many times about why I stopped playing that game, and I don't really want to do it again if I don't need to. Buzzard has returned to a wild state while they were trying to tame it. Then it flew away. That just happened. But Biddy comes screaming bloody murder despite bees fighting bears with technological tigers by osmosis. The world continues generating calcium. Terrible toddlers threaten 20 years of tantrums. Taco parties, burrito bashes against each other. There twice has been rampant Godzilla poop. More. Rampant Godzilla poop. If you want to add to those, join my Discord. And go to the Add a Word Stories and add words to the Add a Word Stories. Word salad, yes. Discord hive mind. I love that there's just one boulder left in here. And Wild Peak, thank you very much for the host. I think Twitch ate that one, but cheers, man. I saw it pop up. Did you point a developer at my Twitter with codes for a certain game that has songs and 6 in the name? Was that you? You should do it more. It's one of those things. Yeah. Came up. Okay. I was wondering. Because you were the person who was asking me to stream it the other day. And then I randomly get a DM on Twitter saying, so I heard you wanted code for this. Here's a code. I'm like, okay. Great, more games. Be careful, chat. But yes, Squug not found. Also, Cooler, I sent you a DM because, well, we were horrible people and murdered a Cyclops with 2 Ettins. And I want to document it appropriately. I don't not mind, but it's one of those things where it's like, I don't have time to cover it right now because I'm playing too many other games, so I kind of feel bad, that's all. I don't mind, but it's... I have so many games. And so many games that just get sent to me, like, without me asking for them, that, like... When I have a game like that sent to me, it's like, now I feel very obligated to play it, and it's a tricky situation you've put me in, that's all. So we'll have a little shortcut there. I don't know. The thing with Song of Six is I was just kind of planning on buying that game on my own time rather than asking for key, but I don't know. It is what it is. I have it now. We were discussing Twitch basically as you saw your stream. Gotcha. It's a weird game because, like, it's a game that kind of has a lot of interest from Twitch streamers. Like, I know a lot of streamers who are passively interested in it but feel the same way I do, that they played the demo and demo didn't have enough content, and the game currently still doesn't look like it has enough content. So it's a game that a lot of people are just kind of quietly waiting on. But I don't know if they'll ever get around to, so I don't know. Maybe I should stream it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what my schedule looks like for the next little bit. But no, you're all good. I mean, you're allowed to put other things in the counting of as long as it's after the number. So you type the number in, and then in brackets you can put a comment next to it. Am I making a maze? Yeah, and that red in there is blood. Mostly Ettin blood, because this Cyclops, who is sitting on a pedestal in the middle of the maze, who's dead, bit the toe off of one Ettin and then smashed the finger of another Ettin. Now the 2 Ettins live up here in cages, waiting for either A, another monster for them to fight with, or B, a female Ettin so I can make more Ettins. Whatever happens first, I don't really care, frankly. But yes, I am making a maze. Ettins, giants, cyclopses, whatever shows up, really. I'm not too picky. Don't think Ettins will breed? Well, damn, we're gonna try. According to some Wikipedia research, they should be able to. So we'll see. They're already on the same team. I thought they'd kill each other, but I also didn't think that they could breed, but after a little bit of wiki-ing, it looks like they probably can. Also, apparently Krug Smash made baby Cyclopses in one of his forts, so we just need more to show up. Giant cave spider maze? No, because I don't have access to the caves, so how could I get a giant cave spider with no access to the caves? A brood of cute little blind cave ogres? Duh. Who doesn't like me in the form of a cave ogre? Although truly, I really just want dragons. Why did you decide to go so far away to the next spot to dig? I mean, how is this not far out of your way? It's odd. I could make a kangaroo pit, but those aren't, you know, super dangerous or anything. I got lots of marmots and kangaroos and buzzards, but unfortunately not the most effective military creatures. Yes, that's why I said, like, after a little bit of research, we figured out that they can. The problem is right now I have 2 male Ettins. So I need a female Ettin. We know that they have no culture, so they can't get married or anything, but not going to stop them from making more. Giant echidnas? I mean, there's echidnas. No giants echidnas, though. Warkias? You can't train Warkias. I need to mod the Raws. Although, actually, every Kia we've managed to get, we've eaten and spat on their corpse. Because these are Kias we're talking about. But again, you can't war train them, so what's the point? You know what would be hilarious? Would be trained defense turtles. Because they have so much armor that things just beat on them until they fall asleep from exhaustion. I actually had half a squad starve to death trying to kill a giant tortoise once. Just raiding parties of Kias. Man, could you imagine if you could do that? I guess, I mean, technically, if you set it up so you could have war Kias, you could do that because you could assign them to a squad and then send one dwarf by themselves to go raid an enemy place. I don't know. Anyway, guys, I don't like empty lists, so I'm just going to remind everybody that because Monday was recently, the leaderboard's reset, there's only 2 names on the Bits leaderboard right now, and you can snag up that 3rd place spot with 1 penny. If you happen to have a single bit on your Twitch account, streamer needs to eat food, so it's there and easy to get. Just saying. Just 1 bit. 1 penny. I'll shut up now. Wheelbarrows are so frickin' satisfying. Yeah, that'd be really funny if you just, like, had a... It would be really funny if you could just, like, have a friend, like a military Kia person and send them off as, like, a master thief. Okay, where did Gate Nerd go? Still no crimes. You need another 250? Your Google Options rewards. I don't know what that is, but best of luck. I don't know what a Google Options reward is. Should I? Oh, I should get rid of these buzzard corpses. So I haven't been doing that today. Thanks for the 5 cents, Exaid. Cheers, dude. There you go. Now the leaderboard's full. Oh, opinions. Oh. Is that one of those, like, do surveys and get money things? Let's make 3 rose gold nest boxes for my chickens so they can perch on a roost of queens. Also, keep those eggs forbidden. So you get the same questions a lot. Well, hopefully it's worth it. Should probably go up here, unforbid all of these. And forbid. Let's claim used ammunition because I'm so tired of having to wait for ages for ammunition to become usable again. And are they still processing plants? Yeah, they are. Damn. Also, just because I think that this is fantastic. I showed this off the other day, but check this out. These are the, this is the Halloween thumbnail I'm going with for YouTube. Isn't that just awesome? Now I just need to make sure that zombies actually happen. Because we're building a lighthouse on a haunted ocean. There's already been horrors flying around, but, and we do have a necromancer. It'll be fun, I think. And I managed to make quantum ice. Actually, Ovsalot, I was going to ask you about this. Let me just link the Reddit thread that I posted about it. I managed to remove flooring without removing flooring. I'm curious if you have an opinion on that. Like, okay, like, oh wait, were you there for that? Okay, I was exhausted yesterday. Yeah, I still haven't, like, there's some people's thoughts who think that it might have something to do with wave tech, thinking that the ocean isn't there. And so it's like tricking the game into thinking that it's floating. Sometimes it can bug out to let empty have a roof. Okay. to see what they are. Okay. Fair enough. Still weird though. Like a wall on one level will be a floor on the level above. Yes. But I managed to remove the floor without removing the floor. Is what I did. I know, it's just bloody perplexing to me. But yeah, no, the zombie lighthouse will be fun. I've already built the base structure for it in the middle of the ocean. This is how I accidentally managed to create like a space-time, a break in the space-time continuum. It's the way DF Hack does maps. Okay. What do you mean by maps? You know what this feels like right now, Elves? Have you ever talked to somebody about physics while extremely stoned? Or while they're extremely stoned? Because that's what this feels like right now. It's like, there can be a floor without there actually being a floor. Or drunk, that works too. It's like, man... I mean, that's how DF Hack does it. There can be a floor without there actually being a floor. Because the walls below can be the floor above, man. If you really think about it. That's what this feels like right now. And it's hurting my brain. Yes, it's always a good time, isn't it? Thanks for the 4 cents, Cyralac. Cheers, man. The floor here is made out of yes. Thanks for the 5th cent. All 5 of your cents. Cheers, man. Now it fits onto 1 coin. It only let you watch 1 ad. Dude, that's like 1 more ad than they've ever let me watch. But cheers, seriously. Thank you. That shit adds up. I just wish that all of the ads on Twitch were opt-in, and then you got bits to spend. It would be so much nicer than just having forced ads on people. Regarding the joining? What? Excuse me? What the heck does begarding the joining mean? It displays the wall as open space, Beelug. Of how bad it disrupts the stream? Yeah. Couldn't agree more. Only your first, though? That's enviable. You don't sub to? Yeah, no, I'm very much the same way. Most of the people I watch now, I'm sub to. Most of the people. I don't mind ads when they're at the beginning. Like, I'm totally fine with pre-rolls. Like, I'm totally fine tuning into a stream and immediately getting an ad. That is totally okay. What I don't like is watching a stream, 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 advertisement, watching a stream, watching a, you know what I mean? Like, I would rather have 4 ads in a row at the beginning of a YouTube video than have to watch 10 minutes of a YouTube video ad, 10 minutes of a YouTube video ad, 10 minutes of a YouTube video ad. And I know some channels that do that will like insert ads in the middle of videos to like maximize the revenue. And it's like, I don't know. It bothers me. I still just wish I could just give everybody ad-free viewing, but at the very least I can give subscribers ad-free viewing. I remember I actually saw a channel relatively recently that had a little thing next to, because you know how some channels will have like sub perks next to their thing. They had this big kind of like almost PSA looking ass note at the bottom that said, keep in mind, this channel is not ad-free. Subscribers will still see ads. And it was like the first time I'd ever actually seen a channel like that, and the people watching didn't seem to mind, but that boggles my mind. And you have an ad every 12 minutes or so? Yeah, that fucking sucks. I think that like it should recognize on your computer that you've already had a pre-roll. They should track that and not serve a ridiculous amount of ads to people. Like have like a maximum number of ads per hour that a user can see. Something like that would not get a sub from you again? Yeah. I mean, then it would be up to you if you don't want it then, right? Because I would take those cookies and run. Because I sometimes am uploading something to YouTube and like my internet is hacking and coughing at me while I'm trying to watch YouTube, you know? And that part is annoying. Or Twitch, even. Oh, shit. Did I just miss a mandate? I'll bet you I did. Oh, no prison sentences were good. Okay, no. Must have just been a no export. Into a moth? Oh, that's awesome. Gate Nerd was stricken by melancholy again. I'm surprised that dwarf's not dead. Gate Nerd, what do you really want? What do you really want out of your life, dwarf? You got to Io and Jupiter Hell, but you saw your difficulty level, so I was like, that's why I got so far. Oh, were you on easy or something? You got confused for a second. I'm talking about your dwarf, not you. Oh, no, I can't find you. There you are. We're on a different page. Saw Cyclops' dead body, which is forcing you to see, make you upset. You didn't like the snow, decent meals, friends, martial art. Okay, so you want to practice some martial art. So because, to be clear, because you've made a artifact, you're not able to go totally insane, I don't think. Game's hard, man. Jupiter Hell is a tough game. I'm just gonna watch this dwarf. I'll be back in a second. I need to use the toilet chat. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. I will be back in a minute or so. So I'm very disappointed, chat. Very, very, very disappointed. Cappy, oh my god, what's this labyrinth? It's for removing or dealing with big creatures that show up and try and attack me. All right, so Gate Nerd, I'm going to make you into a squad leader. The ramparts of polishing, sure. And you're gonna go train by yourself. But hello, Cappy. I'm very disappointed, because I just read some very sad news. More specifically, I'm very disappointed in my country. The world-famous Canadian town called Asbestos has changed their name to Eastval. So there is no longer a town called Asbestos in Canada. And I'm very disappointed in this. Val de la. It's like, but I'm very disappointed in this. Like, come on. That would be like Moose Jaw changing its name. Like, you can't rename Moose Jaw. I mean, you don't? Befit? Why wouldn't you want that? It's amazing. It's funny. Come on. But then again, the town that I grew up in called Haney, or close to, changed their name away from Haney to something else because Haney rhymed with rainy, and everybody called it Rainy Haney, and they hated that so much that they renamed it to Maple Ridge from Haney. Also, we are now in the year 86, bring us to 81 years in this fort. And the humans, the football hooligans, the Barry's is dead! It's another old age death. Unless it was foul play. Doesn't look like it was foul play. And it is the first of spring. DeBerries, you were a good dwarf. I don't know if DeBerries is lurking, but... I've lived alone now for a whole year as of this morning, and it's wild. Aside from weird mixed emotions because of that, because I know what I'm doing, that's how I didn't die, Cappy. A lot of mixed emotions because of that, Psychon, but aside from that, I'm doing okay. Called Cockburn Gateway? Okay, so I know a streamer, bless his soul, named Simcopter. The group of alchemy report for 86. 2 bronze gauntlets, a bronze toy hammer, an ashen bucket, and 1 clay loam. Where was I going with that? Anyway, there's a streamer named Simcopter, and he doesn't swear at all on stream. He's super family friendly and incredibly wholesome. And he was playing GeoGuessr once. And I can't remember what country it was, but it was like Eastern Europe area. There was a town called Frick. Frick. And he's just like reading out town names, and he's just like, I think we're just north of Frick. And he just pauses for a second and says, oh my god, I just swore. And he just like almost starts crying. It just starts like repeatedly apologizing. It was hilarious. But yeah, no, the way that I don't die of FPS death is I'm smart about my pathing. I don't overproduce items and sell excess stuff. A lot of FPS death is caused by people just piling up random ass shit and not getting rid of extra items. I'm using the stuff that I produce, and I don't have too many dwarves. And I'm disposing of things like corpses. Called Fort Gay? Really? That's probably that's a good name. I like that one. Who doesn't want to go to Fort Gay? I'd love to go to Fort Gay. Watch it just be like a really boring town. Cockburn Gateway is really good though. Cockburn Gateway. The CK is silent. Do, 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 do. Do I not have, so we've had 3 deaths today, and all of them were because of old age. What about fucking in Austria? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I mean, hold on. I'm just gonna go to Google, okay? And type in worst town names. World. I don't care about just in America. Unusual place names on Wikipedia. The Danish town called Ars. There's a town called Aarschot. There's a place called Alone. There's a town in France called Anus. In northern Michigan, there's a town called Alone. Apparently, Florida has a town called Atlantis. In the a county in Georgia next to coffee is called Bacon. We have a mountain here called Jackass. So there's Jackass Mountain. The army is big now? Yeah, it's gotten bigger. What's funny is I could very easily make way more of those. How much lead do I have right now? 164. There we go. Let's get another 30. Like Scunthorpe? Or Penis Stone? That is actually pretty funny. An elven caravan has arrived. Did they arrive and then just immediately vanish into thin air? They must have, because an elven caravan has arrived. I mean, I see my donkey, but that's it. It's clearly they brought cloaks of invisibility. Peniston? Peniston. But okay, I get it. Yeah. Also, how you doing today, Dr. Phineas? It's good to see you, man. Right, I was going to do something with that. Let's put that there. I thought that site was down. Oh, no. Okay, it is back up. I'm glad Pen Island Pens is back, as it was gone for a while. I do actually wonder, though, if Pen Island Pens will actually sell you a pen, or if it's just a joke. I've never tried to buy anything from there, but I've been very tempted to buy things from there in the past. Middle fart? Welcome back, Arch, because you pop in at the best times. So Gate Nerd, you're super depressed, so I put you into a squad by yourself, and I'm going to tell you to go train by yourself. Your pen is their business. And if you look real closely at the logo, well, you don't have to look that closely. It's definitely a palm tree. Nothing weird about that palm tree. Did I play any GeoGuessr? I did on my stream team's channel the other day. Why? Or have I streamed any? I've never streamed it, no. I'm really bad at GeoGuessr on my own. To me, GeoGuessr is more of a party game. I'm not a huge fan of it by itself, but I like playing it with friends. So I've played it with people on Discord before. Oopsies. I enjoy it as a collaborative thing. Not a huge fan of just playing it on my own. Have you ever played GeoGuessr, Stone? Figuring out where you are in the world? It's just like, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego, but real life? No? You might like it. Happy to be done with work, I getcha. Here's the thing, though. I don't think that's a real business. I think that that's just a prank site. I'm pretty sure it's just a prank site, Buffett. It's a joke site for a dude's portfolio. See, there you go. Just like downloadmoreram.com, you know? There we go. The unsolvable mystery has been solved by Trash Battery. My suspicions were true all along. Okay, so something I do think is very entertaining is the captions captioning me while I'm humming. That is, oh, so that was a really, really, really bad. You know, I'm just not going to read the captions anymore. The captions are a fucking nightmare. Interesting. We attracted no migrants. My mountain home is still at war with these goblins. I really want my king to die. I mean, they're kind of amazing. The captions are weirdly accurate, but also hilariously inaccurate when they're not accurate. Like, yeah, it works off of Google Voice Recognition, which is only as accurate as it needs to be. So someone who's deaf could, in theory, watch this stream with closed captions. Yeah, it's definitely better than YouTube auto caption. I really want Bellinaire to use captions on his stream because I think that would be hilarious. Because it would all just be like. Also, it considered that to be bro, so you know. But there's no merchants. What? The merchants will be leaving soon. You didn't send any goddamn merchants, game. The fuck? Bro, indeed. Because that's definitely what I said, bruh. Exco Burr, and he's gonna give it to you. That's all these things are true. Finally finished all the clothing. Select a random dwarf, not a peacock. You saw a lot of buzzards' dead bodies. That's fine, though. Let's see how my newest additions to the fort are doing. Trash Battery, how are you doing? She's blissful after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. Grouchy when caught in the rain. Grouchy when dwelling upon being caught in the rain. Wants to pray. I mean, you could just go do that. Caught in the snow. Caught in the rain. Caught in a snowstorm. Bitter after getting into an argument. Owns 17 objects. How's your hubby doing? Oh. Well, good thing to know he doesn't feel anything. And wants more, supposedly. Only owns 14 items. Has to get on the other dwarves' level, frankly. Hoarder? Nah, you want to see a hoarder? I'll show you a hoarder. Oh, you only have 29 objects. That's not a hoarder. How about a Ripterus? 95, that's also not that bad. Where's Sparkle Farts? 104, that's also not so bad. I've had some dwarves that own like, yeah, there you go. 150 owned objects. Yeah, you're still in your coffin. You haven't moved. That would be weird if you had. Animal owns 82. It's a pity that Max owns 120, 102. It's a pity that we don't have the Great Padinsky anymore because he owned 400 something objects. It was a little bit ridiculous. Merchants have left on their journey even though they didn't send any. I wonder how many the local wizard has, actually. 221 and wants us to make a window real bad. He's about to tell somebody to go to prison. Let's make a crystal glass window. And a clear glass window. As an apology. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. But yeah, no, he owns 221. He's also killed 4 of my dwarves, including Disco Waffles, the Great Padinsky, Aqua, and Kibbs. He's also a judge, jury, executioner, sheriff, and a local wizard. Wrote many books and was super depressed and went to prison once. but feels empathy while being cried on. Bullshit. He has a lot of roles and tasks. One of his kids is dead. He has this appearance of somebody who is 49 years old. One of the first of his kind. 149 years old. There we go. Yeah, your poor Disco Waffles. Your poor wife. Fucking jamming tunes here. Sometimes someone's waifu in a game means something completely different. I mean, in this instance, it does mean something completely different. King was married and doesn't feel anything. To Disco Waffles. And now it's... And his only son is, well, tantrumed so much was booted out of the fort. So... Was the only dwarf I've actually, like, removed from the fort. You know, Cooler, I really, really hope that at some point animal people in DF outside of adventuring become more useful. Because I need to have, and once the magic update comes out, so in 15 years, I need to have a Mayor Lizard Wizard. Gate Nerd, let's see if this is helping you at all. Oblivious to reality. Nope. Size. But we are heading up towards 7 hours of dwarfs today. This means we have been streaming this fortress for 5.5 hours, which is a good amount of time. And I want to get some more headway into the campaign of fear tonight. So what do you guys say we call it for the day on DF? We'll be doing more dwarfs tomorrow. But I think it's time to swap over to continue our 15 years later playthrough of Fear. What do you guys think? How is your dwarf? Your dwarf is still happy, alive, and well. And raising children, Mega Man. Sorry, I missed that comment. So, we're going to continue our playthrough of Fear now, I think. So if you're here specifically for dwarfs, and that means it's, you're leaving, I would like to inform you that there is more dwarfs over on over on my I'm gonna try that sentence again. There's more dwarfs on my YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. And if you specifically want more Dwarf Fortress streams, there's 2 other people, I think. And assuming they didn't... Actually, there's a few people. Narradin's streaming Dwarf Fortress, as well as a few other people. So, there's many options. Although I do hope that you'll stick around, because, well, it's nice to have people to talk to, you know? And if you are piecing out and you want to support the DF stuff I do directly, I have a Patreon where you can do just that. Blind, who is best buds with Toady, can you check if the UI rework is coming along fine? I mean, have you been watching or seeing the posts popped up? You've already watched all of the YouTube too little content. I mean, I try to put out more content, but I can only do so much. Nerdan's is good indeed. I wish his mic was a little better, but... Alright, let's turn off these bangers back here. And we'll do title and stuff first.